All right. Hey there, everybody. How's it going? We're starting up one of the one-shot adventures for Thomas Winkley's Twitch stream. This is a little adventure called the Countess of Castro. So the way that we're going to start things off today is I'm going to have a brief introductory segment that I'm going to read off, and then I'm going to have each of your characters explain what you look like in jail. All right? So we're going to start off with this. It was the perfect plan. Step 1, get your hands on an invitation to a gala at the Ora Castro. Step 2, get on board the Flying Fortress and grab some loot. Step 3, get the hell out of there. Step 4, well, that's personal. I'm sure some of you were looking forward to a happy retirement, maybe paying off some dangerous debts. Whatever it was, I'm sure you had yourself convinced that it was that light shining at the end of the tunnel. Turns out, of course, it was just the glint off a row of steel bars, a brand new pair of sparkly bracelets around your wrists. Bad luck. I won't ask how long you're in for. Trust me, by the time you've been here as long as I have, you'll be begging for the headsman's axe. So you ask yourself, why am I still smiling? Simple. I got a way out. And if you do me a little favor, I'll make sure you don't have to spend one more cold, damp night in the brig. You see, I've got something all the money in the world can't buy. Time. And I'll give it to you on one condition. Bring me the Countess's hourglass. You do that for me, we'll call it square. I get my revenge, you get your freedom. Hell, maybe you can grab an armful of loot while you're at it. So, what do you say? Do we have a deal? All right, we're going to start off with Arcreus. So, Arcreus, what do you look like in the prison cell that you've been stuffed into?
So, my feathers are tied down because they know I can fly out. I would try to put up a fight. My arms are chained. And then I have a scar on my eye for some reason. I don't remember.
What kind of clothes you wearing?
I'm wearing a tunic. I had a shirt, but I found a tunic.
Cool.
So I decided to put it on.
All right, awesome. So, Arcreus, you're an Aarakocra rogue, correct?
Yes.
All right, cool. So it says you have a soldier background. What's that story?
Growing up, I was a soldier. I decided to join the soldier because I was alone my whole life. I decided to be part of something. And then
Right on.
I was there. I got betrayed by some friends back in the day and decided to be on my own again. And then I lost all my money. I lost everything I had. Decided to become a thief on the low. You know what I mean? Like getting paid under the table. No one knows. Get in, get out. That's what I do.
Right on. Let's move on to Gryagor. Is that how we pronounce it? Or Goliath Druid?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Most people just call me Gur. I'm pretty big. Bald head. No beard. I wear a studded leather vest and leather shorts just a little north of the knee. It's comfy to walk around in. And big boots.
Right on. So it says here that you have a criminal background. What's that story?
Background is more situational than choice. Just happen to have a special skill set that most people find handy for criminals, so why not?
Gotta make a buck somehow.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's move on to Sublime, our half-orc sorcerer.
So, I'm wearing very fine clothing. I look more. Some would say it looks like I stole nice clothing, but they are mine. I try to look as good as I can in what would be the upper echelons of society, which is tougher being the half orc, but I'm able to talk my way through it. I have also a very big puffy hat that I will not let go of.
Awesome. Wait, you managed to keep the hat even when they
Oh,
stopped you.
I managed to keep the hat. Yes.
That is impressive in and of itself. So that just tells us everything we need to know about this hat. All right, and I think the final member of our party is Thumb. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be Thum.
Thum.
And Thum is a artificer and a warforged. So they're Thum was a servant and kind of like a butler to like a wealthy family. Eventually, during a nightly raid, the family was slain and killed by bandits. Rather than destroying Thum, being that he was found in a powered down kind of state, the bandits decided to kidnap him and try to turn them into like a kind of take control of him. They thought maybe having this robot to control and to use and stuff would benefit them and their goals, but having not really realized that he was totally autonomous and willing and not kind of like not just a toaster. They quickly met their end, and he's found himself in this jail cell, pretty ragged, still wearing lots of his like butler's attire and stuff, but it's all worn and torn from his journey. And
cool. And I just realized that I didn't give Sublime a chance to explain his background. Now, granted, you can tell us the story that you want us to know, but we'd love to hear about that background.
So I have a charlatan background. I was beaten down as a younger man, and I know that I'm destined for greatness, and I will use anything and everything I can to get there. And if I have to trick, swindle, and charm my way in, I will.
All right. So this is a pretty good crew. Now, one of the things that we're going to explore here at the start is how y'all ended up working together. Did you end up here because of a team effort? Are you here just by chance? Did any of you try this effort, this heist that failed as a team? Were you working against each other? How did this all work?
I kind of, it was something that my captives, were kind of talking about, was this big heist that they could get a hold of, and like this really big payday that they were looking for, and this potential job. And like I kind of need something to do these days. It's kind of hard for a warforged out here trying to be on their own, and not in a warring state. You gotta make a living, and it's not easy being a robot that people don't trust. So I think maybe I've been kind of looking for people to maybe kind of see where we can get with it, and maybe try to wrangle some cohorts here while we've been locked up in this particular predicament.
Cool. Did anyone join up with Warforged? Anyone kind of feel enticed by the idea of maybe getting a second chance at the score?
Nah. When I saw that there was gonna be a second chance, I figured might as well take it. So
Cool.
I decided to join.
Sounds good. So it sounds to me like everyone was kind of on their own, ended up here by accident, but now that you've been thrown together by the whims of chance, you're finally able to maybe give this another shot.
Yeah, first time I was following a bird and fell through the window, and that's how I'm here.
I was being chased. I don't know why. I went through a window. Now I'm here. Maybe that's why I got the scar on my eye.
All right, so I'm going to describe what's around you. First of all, you guys have been in this cell probably for like a couple of days now. It smells terrible in here, like rot and urine and sweat and humanoid misery. But one of the things that keeps happening is they keep like moving you around to try to keep you from forming too close of bonds. Like you guys have only been locked up in the same cell for maybe like half of today. And the person who's talking to you, the guy who was talking in the intro, is little more than like a dark shape in the cell across from yours. So when he stops talking, and the four of you realize that you're the only ones that pressed forward against the bars of your cell, do you have any questions for him? Do you have anything that you want to ask him or tell him or say to him? Okay, so he kind of takes the initiative. You get the sense that like you can see mostly just his hands, and on his ring finger you can see that he has like this really nice looking ring. Like it's got like a huge ruby on it, and it looks like it's made out of genuine gold, and it's got that kind of like not necessarily polished, but sort of like it's tarnished gracefully. And as he talks in this like very deep, rich, confident tone that is tinged with like a little bit of madness. And when he sees that you're interested, he reaches through the bars with one of his hands. You can kind of see the arm extending out towards you. Who puts their hand out?
I'll put my hand out. I have a pretty long reach.
All right, you're just barely able to get your palm under it, and he drops a handful of sand into your awaiting palm.
Oh, it's like magic beans over again.
Something like that. Why don't you give a little of that to your friends?
I want to ask him a question.
Sure, let's hear it.
Exactly who are you?
You can call me Owen.
Owen.
Yeah.
And
What else do you need to know?
and how did you find
Nothing,
yourself in this predicament?
That's a long story, and
Oh,
you don't have a lot of time.
it's true. Hmm.
I'll give you all
This-
the sand.
So
What?
so this sand, like, what do you expect us to do? It's just like a handful of sand to get us out of here. Like we need tools.
Don't
We
eat the
don't need dirt.
I think you'll find that sand is everything that you need. Let me tell you what to do with it. I want you to grasp it tightly in your hand. And I want you to think about the beginning of that night. You know, the night of the job. I want you to think about what it was like that day. And if you can get a solid picture in your mind, you can go back there. I can only give you a little bit of time. You've got maybe 4 hours tops.
4 hours.
There should be a little bit extra. Yeah, 4 hours.
Okay.
But there should be just enough extra to get you out of a scrape if you so desire that you need it. Just make sure to find me when you go back.
So these are like sands of times, right?
Sands of time is an artful way of putting it. A bit more poetic than I usually like. But yeah, sands of time.
Interesting.
Is very
Okay.
princely. Okay. So
We take the sand from him. 'Cause I think
Yes,
he
we take
made it.
Yeah, so we take the sand, and so do you guys remember how was it? Was it, how do we start off our day? The day of the big job. Did we like? I feel like I had just woken. Been charged it all night. Everybody had been sleeping. It was pretty blustery, really kind of not super stormy, but not real sunny that morning. A little bit cold. I distinctly remember all of you guys complaining, being fleshy and brittle.
not brittle. Don't get cold.
I was probably hungover. if I recall correctly, I was hungover. I had a lot of beers.
Yeah,
Wow.
the bird was thoroughly intoxicated. That was definitely true. Somebody made some comment about how he had like missed all of the worms and like the birds that he came after. Yeah,
You even missed the late bird.
right.
All right,
We'll burn that
so
bridge when we get there.
So moving back to that time, give me a sec. The you remember that blustery day? How it was a little bit cold. How you kind of only managed to get this invitation to the gala. With whatever money you could scrape together, you guys teamed up and bought yourself a little suite, one of the less expensive suites that they were still doing construction on.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of wind that's whistling through a crack in the wall. And you awaken at night, because that's just when things are going on in Ora Castro. And the thing about Ora Castro is that it is a massive, unbelievably large airship. Everywhere in the ship, you can hear the faint sound of a piano being played somewhere that's being piped through the walls, just kind of a calming music. Even, usually a room wouldn't be able to hear it, but because of the poor repair that yours is in, you can kind of hear the piano player kind of getting ready and warming up for a night's entertainment. And as you do, you can kind of hear, boots on the ceiling and people moving around, opening doors and closing them, heading down towards the gambling hall and the antechamber where people are gathering for a third night of partying. And it is not hard to get your hand on liquor. It's not hard to get your hand on most things. The hardest thing to get your hands on are gambling chips. And you're down to the last 10 chips between you.
Oh man, it's been a pretty rough go of it, boys. I don't know about you fellas. I'm feeling a little bit poor right now. Certainly not something I am accustomed to. I feel like we need to rectify this situation post haste.
Look, man,
So
what
what's
I
your
always
plan?
say, time is money. We're wasting money. We're wasting time.
They do indeed.
So
I
do you
don't
guys
know.
head down to the gambling hall? Do you guys want to go down into the party room? Like, what's the plan?
I find the tunic, I put it on, and I go.
Hell yeah! Continuity.
Exactly. I was looking for something to wear because the shirt that I was wearing didn't look so hot. So I
That's a
opened the
little
closet.
bit of vomit.
The bird's looking pretty scruff.
lot
I
of
think everybody gets
I opened
cleaned
the
up.
closet and I see this tunic, shining blue, green. No one knows what color it really is. I put it on. It hides my wings for some reason, and I just walk. I go.
Hell yeah!
I trip
So you
once or
guys-
twice.
So you guys roll on into the casino, and when you're going out, you enter into this elevator that kind of like rises up through the floor into a glass tube, and you gently descend into this room. And as you do, you can see just all of these people dressed in all kinds of different clothes. There's people who are dressed in like finery and really expensive looking clothing. There's people walking around with like more modest working class looking clothes. Everyone is sort of like mingling in their own little groups. And you can see that like a lot of people are just kind of there with the people that they came with. But as you open the doors to the game room, the sound of dice hitting the table and the sounds of cards being shuffled, of a ball being spun around in a roulette wheel, people murmuring, cheering, and cursing, you can just hear it surrounding you all around. And there's 4 different kinds of tables on the gaming floor. There's a poker table, a craps table, blackjack table, and a roulette table. And there are different people standing at each one.
I'll go to the blackjack table.
Okay, so you go to the blackjack table, and when there, you can see that there's this woman standing there. She's very beautiful. She's got long, dark blue hair, and she's got elfish long ears. But she's also got kind of this like hard look about her. Like maybe she's been in a few fights and kind of see her nose is broken a little bit, but it's kind of attractive in a way, but like
Yeah,
in
that's
a
kinda
weird,
hot.
dangerous way. And standing across from her is a man in a 10-gallon hat with a sheriff's badge who just looks completely out of place in here. He's just got like the long duster. He's got a hand crossbow on his hip, and he's leaning on the table, staring directly at this woman. And you said this was the blackjack table?
Blackjack table, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Alright, so do I take it from here? Or?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
talk to them.
I sit down and I tell the guy, hey, if you take a picture, it will last longer.
What's with the hat?
I ask him, I'm like,
He tips up his brim at you and he says, "Well, hey there, partner. Didn't see you there. You're one of them Arakakris I've been hearing about."
yeah, and I can tell you why you didn't see me. You've been busy focused on the lady over here.
Well,
I can't blame you.
I got my reasons for that. I assure you. And he looks at her again, and she just kind of like acts like she doesn't notice him, essentially.
Do I notice that?
Gurley down Sublime. His hat's not as good as yours. Yours is much nicer.
That he's trying to outdo my hat.
I mean, have you seen the size of his brim?
So, Arcreus,
Or something.
are you going to keep talking to this guy? Is there anything that you want to do
No,
to
I tell
him?
the girl I
Or...
want to play.
Okay, cool. So the dealer hands you a couple of cards, and I'm going to have you make a roll. But how are you approaching this game? Are you trying to just rely on luck? Are you going to try to do anything underhanded to try to win? Like, what's your plan here?
Right now, I'm gonna try to make this dude look funny. So I'm just gonna go out of luck. I'm not gonna try to gamble.
Okay,
Luck.
cool. So just roll me a straight D10 and tell me the result.
D10. Okay. 1 segundo, por favor. D10. Shit, I can't remember which is D10.
Or D20, sorry. I'm
Oh,
so
D20,
sorry.
okay.
My
Come on,
brain
step
was
right.
off.
I got an 11.
You got an 11?
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually really good. Because
Okay.
I got you a
Okay.
10.
Oh.
I have a deck of cards over here. Sorry, here's your card.
Nice.
So,
Oh.
you get dealt your hand. You ante up a chip, and you end up making 3 chips on this bet. So you've got,
Oh,
you've got
yeah.
12 chips between you. Now, when you do this, the cowboy-looking guy kind of looks at you funny, but he doesn't say anything. He's just kind of like chewing on something that you assume is tobacco. But you keep playing in this vein, and you're doing pretty successful. I'm going to say that in the course of play, you managed to make 10 chips total. So 20 chips for the group.
Awesome.
We're going to move
Awesome.
on to Greiger. So Greiger, what are you doing?
I watched Blackjack for a little bit, but Blackjack's not so much Gur's game, too many numbers. But they're like shapes. Gur's gonna go over to the dice.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I,
So
I,
there's
I think.
Oh, you two are going to go together?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
I'm
so.
also
Yeah,
going
I
to the
think
dice.
I think we're all hitting that dice table.
Oh, that's right.
I think we're gonna play a little clickety clack. I think that's what's about to happen.
Can I get some
Okay,
help
cool.
over here?
You
Okay,
guys-
so we're gonna. So the way that I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna have each of you go in character and kind of like get a chance to like do a significant thing or like make your play or do whatever you want.
Perfect.
But so I'm gonna move through the order that I have defined here. So with Greiger, when you initially go to the craps table, you can see that Sublime and Thum are following up, but they're kind of taking a second. You're going to have a chance to play a round of craps before everyone else. But the difference is, but the person that you see there is, he's dressed in what looks like a priest's garb. He's got kind of like that little white collar, and he's like a very heavy set, very like solidly built man with kind of like a squarish jaw, and he squints a lot, but he also smiles a lot. So he's got kind of like these crow's feet at the corner of his eyes, and he looks very friendly in a way. And sitting across from him is a guy who is smiling so wide it's almost painful to look at. He's kind of like a scrawny, wiry-looking fellow. He's got like a patchy beard and like sandy hair that looks all messy. And every few seconds, no matter what the result is, he kind of giggles to himself a little bit, and then settles back in. And he seems like he's having a great time.
Taking the cues from them, Grygar comes up, big smile too. Let's roll shapes.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you roll me a d20 as well. And once again, this is dependent on how you're approaching it. Are you doing anything underhanded to win? Are you cheating? Are you just relying on luck? What's your strategy?
I think I might try underhanded.
Okay. So you want to try a sleight of hand roll for me as well? So add your sleight of hand check.
$13.
Not ideal, but that's okay. You don't win anything, but like over the course of the next few minutes, you don't lose anything either. It just kind of evens out. When you lose, the big priest-looking guy kind of like pats you on the shoulder, and he's like, "It's okay, my son. It's an ill night." And whenever you're winning, and actually whenever you're losing, this other guy is just laughing and like asking you what you're drinking, and he's filling you up with whatever you want to drink.
Milk.
And he will get you milk. And when he walks past, he actually bumps into Sublime, who's on his way over to the table. You can see that things are kind of going mediocre for your buddy Grygar. Are you going to try to rectify that by maybe collaborating in the craps game, or are you going to go for a different table? What's your plan?
We're going to try and help out.
Okay, cool.
Try to kind of step in and see if I can't turn things around for us.
Okay, cool. So what's your strategy?
So, my friends, how goes the games?
The priest looks over at you with like a solemn grin, and like he just perpetually looks like he's just heard something deeply wise and very profound. And he says, "It has been perhaps a regrettable evening." The other guy comes back with 2 glasses of milk, puts one in front of Grygar, and puts one in front of himself. And he giggles to himself for a second, and he says, "Oh, it's a night like any other here on the Castro. Just, how am I doing, dealer?" And the dealer shakes his head. And he's like, "Oh, I'm doing like shit. But having the time of my life. What's your name there?"
Sublime.
Sublime.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes.
They call me Happy Jack.
I can see why.
Really?
You seem a little happy.
That's so, huh? Yeah.
So boorish.
Well, my friends, let's make some money. Let's play.
All right. I like the cut of your jib. I like the cut of his jib. And he points over at Grygar. So Sublime, so you're trying to kind of like work them over, get them friendly and comfortable?
I am. So I'm trying to get them to focus on me as I cast off to the side to make them look away. I'm definitely going underhanded here. Cast minor illusion of glass shattering.
Okay.
To get their attention as I roll my own dice.
Okay, I like that. So the dealer goes to roll. The dealer goes to roll the dice, and just as it happens, you make the sound of a glass shattering happen behind him. So let's have you do a deception roll.
Okay.
Big money.
22.
Yeah.
Immediately, like, not only the dealer and everyone else who's playing the game, Grygar is totally taken in by this. Some people at other tables, like, whirl around, and just as it happens, you slide the dice out, and sure enough, when you do, the dice roll in your favor. As a matter of fact, the dealer is so distracted that when he reaches down to collect the dice, he collects your dice, and now he's rolling your dice. So I'm going to say that because this game is rigged, it's going to have some pretty big payout. I'm going to say you guys are able to get up to 80 chips total.
Nice.
Killer.
Yeah, no, this is great for you guys. But as that's happening, Thum, what are you up to?
I see all this commotion going down, hear this glass shattering, and kind of just part of my nature, old habits being a butler, to kind of want to like see to these kind of things. So I kind of, I turn, and I'm so taken aback by this loud crashing glass that I come up, and I see my companion, and I really make a very large deal of asking if he's all right, and like seeing if his if there's any cuts or anything like that, and really call to attention to the fact that he has just shattered this glass, and that I
Okay.
would, as I sit down at the craps table with them.
Okay, cool. So, you now have 3 people to the other 2 in this game. You have a loaded set of dice in it. I'm going to have you roll a deception check just to see how smooth your entrance is. And if you can enter smoothly enough, they might not know that you're here together. And so they might not suspect that you're collaborating on this game.
I got an 11.
Okay, not fantastic. Again, an 11 isn't just like a straight failure in these terms. It's more kind of like a mixed success. So you sit down. It's clear that that something's up. You're kind of giving off this weird vibe, and the dealer starts to kind of pay more attention to the game. And as that starts to happen, the fact that the game is rigged starts kind of dawning on this guy. You're
I would
able
like to use my sand and give him another chance to sneak in again. Is that how that works?
So the sand you could use to cheat if you wanted to. You could also make it so that, for example, so this is you kind of going back and not giving him another chance, but changing something about what you did. So when you spend a point of sand, you're actually going to kind of flash back to an earlier moment and change what happened or prepare for what the present circumstances are.
Okay. So if I go back,
Mm-hmm.
and he's trying to slip in with the group, right? Make
Sure.
it look nonchalant. I want to go back, and when he slips in with the group, I kind of want to bump him with my elbow and be like, "Hey, give space. Go on."
Okay, cool. I'm not even going to make that a roll because I think it just it pushes things over the edge just enough. But I will say that all this really does is delay the amount of time it takes for this roller to figure out that something's up. So you will get up to 150 chips total as a group. And that's when the game is going to stop being rigged. Now we're going to go back to Arcreus here for a minute. And as you've been playing, like I said, you're winning more than you're losing. So you're actually putting the team up chips no matter what you do here. What do you do about the 2 people at your table?
It was the cowboy looking dude and the other dude, right?
And the woman, yes.
The lady, yeah, my bad. I don't know why I thought there was someone else.
Oh no, it's fine, it's fine.
I look at the guy and I'm like, so what you want to do? You want to go one more time?
It's like, well, son, if I've learned a thing or two in the law, just got to know when to quit. And he scoots his chair out from under the table, and he grabs all of his chips, and he says, "I'll tell you what. Come and have a chat with me over at the bar, and you get a free moment. I'd like to talk to you about something."
As long as
And he
you're-
kind of sidles off and makes his way over to the bar.
All right. As long
Did
as
you
you're paying,
have anything you
I say.
Huh?
As long as you're paying, I said. He walks away.
He kind of laughs and like waves over his shoulder as he's walking by. And right as he leaves, the woman at the table just like breathes out like a heavy sigh of relief. And you can just see that like something about like that like pretty exterior has kind of like faded a little bit, and she's now looking a lot more like hard, and she's got more of that like affect of looking kind of like you can kind of see up close that she's got like little hairline scars all over her face. You see that she's got like this pretty big scar from her palm down her arm a little bit. She looks pretty beat up, but also like she knows how to kick somebody's ass. She says, well, thanks for getting rid of him. I can't thank you enough. Name's Hilda. What's yours?
Hilda, what's up? My name's Arceus. So, you mind if I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
What was up with that dude?
How you feel about the law?
Well, the law's the law. I can't say whether I believe in it or not. I just go on with
Kind
my
of a
day.
cagey answer.
It doesn't bother me, and it doesn't bother you, does it?
And she kind of smiles lopsidedly for a second, and she shrugs her shoulders, and she says, let's just say that me and the law don't get along all the time.
I see.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're saying the law's him in this situation, right? In this conversation.
Well, he's one of them. He's definitely the most obvious. It's a guy named, I think he goes by Sheriff Nazareth.
Nazareth?
Yeah.
I
Insufferable bastard. Just absolutely the fucking worst. Tell you what, that guy, his cowboy shtick is just tired as hell.
Well, I mean,
And she just
loves
like
it, I
she
guess.
starts like leaning in and kind of chatting with you a little bit.
Yeah. And I tell her, I'm like, you mind if I ask you another question?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
What happened to your hand?
And even at the mention of it, she kind of like slides it under the table, and she's like, damn, illusion magic's wearing off. And she takes her other hand and snaps her fingers, and from the poker table, a woman pushes herself out from the door, from the table, and she's dressed like a maid, like a French maid. And she comes over, and she's got like these big circular, big rimmed glasses on. Her hair's all tied up in a bun, and she looks very like small and petite, but very like she's just got like this kind of quiet solidity about her. And when she walks up, Hilda whispers in her ear for a second, and she lays a hand on Hilda, and you can see that like hard bittenness start to kind of like leave a little bit, and that scar on her palm is gone now. And the maid who walked up kind of like bows and walks her way back over to the poker table.
Yeah.
She says, "Thanks for noticing that."
I ask her, I'm like, so do I snap my fingers and someone comes and touch my hand too, or is that how that works?
It's my maid, Roberta.
You have your own maid.
It's complicated. You ever meet somebody who just kind of has like a quirk, and you just don't know what to do about it? Like you can't really get them to stop, but they're just, she just wears maid outfits. I don't get it, to be honest. All the time I've known her, like she's just a friend of mine.
It's like you snap your fingers and your friends show up.
Listen. You seem like a nice enough guy. What's your angle here?
Oh, nothing. I just want to know what's up with the law. Your hand.
I got this in a fight. I'm sure that's no surprise.
Not. It's not. It's actually kind of hot.
Thanks. Appreciate it. You might let's just say word to a friend is that you might want to find a safe place to hang out tonight. You don't really want to get mixed up in everything. That's you might want to go back to your room, maybe lock the door.
Is
You
there
know.
something I should be hiding from? Exactly.
Oh no, of course not. But I mean, if it was me telling me, that's what I do.
But I'm not you. And you don't know me like that. Thank you. I appreciate it, but I just want to know something, and clearly you can't help me out with that.
Sassy bird.
What is it? What is it you want to know? Sorry, I know the scene's going on a little long. We'll move over to Grygar in just a second here, but we'll give you one last exchange here.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Well, I've just heard there's some things here that might be of value.
What sort of things you thinking about?
Well, clearly it's nothing you have on the table.
Yeah. Tell you what. I'm gonna be here for a little bit. Why don't you have a chat with me in, say, a few minutes time? We'll reconvene. I gotta go for a sec. I'll be back. And she walks over from the blackjack table, and as she's getting up, she walks by the maid, taps her on the shoulder. Again, she apologizes, excuses herself, and the two of them leave towards the door to the lobby. Grygar. Oh, sorry, I should say that you managed to win the team another 40 chips, bringing you up to 190.
Do I go to the bar?
Money.
Or just chill there?
Oh, you can head to the bar. We'll
I'll
resolve
just
that
go to the
scene.
bar after that, and then we'll.
Cool. Grygar, it's up to you.
Okay. So I see that this is not. They're starting to figure out that the game is fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I gather up and leave. Thank you for the milk. It's
Says,
warm.
anytime.
Sorry,
Always,
I have
always.
a question.
Sure.
Do I hear the glass break, or did that never happen?
No, it happened, but like you probably
So-
didn't.
So we didn't hear
You
it.
didn't. No, you heard it, but it glasses drop in a casino. This just
Okay.
happened to be like right by where everybody else was sitting. I think it's far enough away that it wouldn't have been something that you would have remarked on.
Alright.
Unless you want to react to it in some
I
way,
don't
but
know.
we'll come to that with the bar. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Cool. So you leave with your glass of milk, and do what, Grygar?
I go to find the. Actually, I'm going to take a few more chips. So there was dice, there were blackjack. What else was there?
Roulette and poker.
Roulette
Okay.
table's looking spicy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the roulette is looking nice. Like the big spinning wheel and bouncing ball.
Cool. All right. So when you head there, there's a man and a woman standing there. The man he's like a big he's very like muscular guy. He's almost like kind of busting out of his shirt, but he's like wearing like a nice like button up shirt. So like it's just like all of the little gaps in his buttons are kind of like revealing his chest.
Me too,
And,
that's
the
why
woman-
I'm your best.
and the woman who's standing next to him looks like she just rolled out of bed. She's got like hair that's just kind of like doing a crazy thing. It almost looks like a storm cloud if it was red. And she is very clearly intoxicated already. And you can see periodically this guy just kind of like reaches out to steady her so that she doesn't like fall completely over.
Okay. I put down 10 chips. Bet on black.
Okay. So, so roulette's kind of out of your control in a certain respect. So why don't we just have you roll, just a straight D20.
Okay. Trying to think. there is anything I have that might help. No. I didn't.
That's okay.
I didn't prep the spell I thought I did. So D20. 15.
Okay, that's good. It's enough to overturn what I just did. Okay, so you start winning. It starts landing on pretty much, you're on balance ahead. And as you start winning, this woman starts like eyeing you funny. Like she's got like this sour look on her face, like she's just kind of pissed at you. And you get the sense that a couple of times she's like trying to like lunge at you a little bit, but the guy kind of like puts his arm out and prevents her from doing that. And the two are having kind of like this really intense whispered conversation between the two of them. But you managed to win the team another 50 chips. So you guys are at 240 chips total.
Gregor has that effect on women.
It's a little more complicated than that. That's her natural state of being, unfortunately. She's a highly unpleasant individual at the best of times. Now, Storm, you gotta settle down. You gotta calm down, Storm.
Awfully deplorable, if I would say.
And I think she hears you say that, and she's like, "Say that again!"
Well,
like,
it appears that you've aggressed for no reason. You're unkempt and unruly, and you frankly smell of old cabbage and shoes.
Cabbage.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to say you're going to try to provoke her, I guess, is what you're trying to do here. And I think the way that I would see that resolving is you doing like an intimidation check. It's not particularly high. She'll be very easy to provoke, but I just kind of want to see what the texture of this is.
So I got a 15.
Okay, 15 is pretty good. So she immediately pushes the big guy out of the way and starts just kind of like shouldering towards you, just in these big, angry steps. And you see that she's got like this wicked little knife in a sheath on her hip, and she goes for it immediately, and she pulls it out. And I think she's not really like making an attack. She's not like trying to hurt you, but she is trying to scare you. And she just like finds a little gap in your metallic skin, like somewhere where you just have to have like a joint so that you can have like a full range of motion in your neck. And you can see her just like put the knife there at the edge, and she says, "Say that again, Tin Man."
I would like to, as she has me up like this, attempt to put my palm up and wield my palm pistol against her belly, and kind of maybe see if I can rebuke her and tell her that she should maybe think about her actions again before she starts something that she can't finish.
Okay, so let's have you do another intimidation check. I know this is a bad roll for you, but like let's see what the texture of this is.
That is a 16.
Okay. She looks down at your palm. She looks up at your face. Looks down at your palm again. She pulls back. "Neat trick, Tin Man. Bet you think you're big stuff. Got all that machinery inside you." And she spits on your feet. She says, "Keep your damn mouth shut." And she starts charging back towards the roulette table. Now we're going to go back to Grygar because that was kind of like in the midst of his scene. But is there any way that you want to kind of like react to like this sudden outburst of anger from this man's companion?
Just she's so filthy. I just don't understand how these people can live like this. I just kind of brush myself off and begin to like clean my shoes and like wipe my toes on the carpet and like the bar below me and stuff, and just generally am just in a kind of peeved mood about this entire interaction.
Totally fair. Grygar, how about you? You're kind of back there with this big guy.
I'm just entertained.
You hear just this
sipping my milk.
the big guy kind of like tightens his fist and just lets out a big deep sigh, and I think he like turns to you just to kind of like have somebody to talk to about what's going on here. He's like, I just don't know what to do about her. You know anything about helping somebody who's got a problem?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Some problem. Sure. Yep. I can lift things. Or get in really small spaces.
You know, a heart's full of small spaces.
Oh.
Sorry. I just he spins it into something that sounds like surface level profound. He's just like, I just wish that I could fit into that small space inside her heart where all the alcoholism is and help her deal with those demons. I don't know. Anyway, you and him strike up a conversation.
You be you. You be you.
You know, it's so hard sometimes to just be yourself. What's your name, partner?
Half orc. Friends call me Gur.
Gur, name's Quakebane.
I said friends call me Gur.
Oh, sorry. That was my name.
Go ahead.
Quake. Name's Quake. Quakebane.
Okay. The social anxiety is kicking in. Yeah, okay, Quake. Good. Yep. Shapes like the earth. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the source of the name.
Oh, good.
Okay.
You need a refill on that milk there.
Yeah. Yep. Be great.
I'm gonna go pick up my friend, and then I'll top you off there, partner. And he sidles off to go collect her. While he's doing that, Sublime, you're still sitting at the craps table, and the dealer is definitely catching wise to the scheme.
I'm hoping to get my to either get my dice back or leave.
Okay.
But at the same time, the priest interests me.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of striking up a conversation with him at the same time as waiting for my opportunity to attempt to retrieve my lovely dice.
Okay. So you turn to him, and what's your opener?
So I feel like there's a joke here as a priest walks up to a craps table.
Oh yes, well, you know, there's an old joke that a parishioner of mine used to tell me, and it's what was it? It was a priest, a rabbi, and the Dalai Lama walk into a bar, and the bartender says, "Is this a joke?"
What brings a man of the cloth to, for lack of a better term, the den of sin?
Well, where else to find sinners than in a den of sin?
So you're looking for a flock?
More like wayward sheep from the flock of our Savior.
Don't let the bird hear that.
No pun intended.
I sneeze.
Well, tell me, where are you from? What brings you here?
Fortune, fame, rightful standing.
Understandable motivations, my friend. I too, even in my current stand-in, I do find that there is an allure to fortune and fame that goes beyond the boundaries of what one would consider proper conduct for a man of the cloth. I'm sure you can understand.
The world.
Sorry, I didn't catch
I
that.
said we have to make our way in the world.
We do. We do. Say, that dealer's been giving you funny looks. You need me to intervene in any way? Maybe have a chat with him?
If you feel the need to help a wayward flock member, go right ahead.
Yo.
Well, we'll ever get those loaded dice out of his hands will surely be appreciated.
The priest knows too much.
What?
Did he just imply that he knows?
He
Yo, the
he
priest
just-
knows too much.
Why, I never. I will take that out.
We got
Sorry,
a nice
now,
priest.
son.
Kill him.
It's like,
Now, son, I may have a squint and have a smile, but I know a con artist when I see one. You might even say that like recognizes like.
Sin knows the sinner. I understand.
I'd just like to get back to my previously scheduled game, if you don't mind. So I'm more than happy to help you get out of here. Just, remember that favor.
I have a good memory.
And he turns to the table and he bumps into it by accident, and a pair of dice falls out of his pocket and onto the mat, and he's like, oh, well then. Pitches up the dice off the table and pushes the loaded dice over towards the priest. And he says, any more of this and I'll have a word with security. And that seems to be the end of the conversation between the two of them. And he puts up his hands and scoots out and walks away. And you see in the place where he was sitting, the loaded dice are just sitting on the table behind his glass of, not milk, but whatever beverage he's been drinking. Go ahead and roll me a... do you want to roll perception or insight?
Let's do insight.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that for me.
That's an 11.
Okay, cool. So you grab the dice from behind the glass, and when you do, you catch a reflection in the glass, and you kind of look over your shoulder, and you see that a woman with long dark blue hair and a maid are walking out the door, and it seems like the priest is walking with them. He's kind of sped up to catch him. So you don't know what the story is on that, but you do notice that. Anything else you want to do before we move on to Thum?
Just grab my dice and walk away from the table.
All right, cool. So Thum, it seems the situation of the cheating has been resolved, but you guys are no closer to your objective. What do you want to do about that?
The feller in the 10-gallon hat, he's still sitting at the bar.
Yeah, and you can see that Arcrius is headed over to talk to him.
Yeah, I would like to go plop myself down next to him at the bar. Maybe
Okay,
go
cool.
have a chat with him.
So let's have a shared scene with Arcrius, Thum, and this gentleman sitting at the bar, Sheriff Nazareth. So where are you two sitting relative to him? Are you both trying to sit next to him? Are you sitting in the two seats next to, one to the right and to the next right? Is one of you trying to sit further away to just listen in on the conversation? How are you arrayed?
I
I'll
think-
just connect to him.
Yeah, I'd like to take up the other position and next to him as well, maybe. Or I suppose since him and they've already interacted a bit, and he could kind of lead on the conversation. Maybe we'll both come up and I'll take a position next to Arceus and he can have him. He can initiate the conversation there.
I'll introduce
Okay,
him.
cool.
Yeah.
All right. So when you introduce him, he gives you kind of like a $1 million smile, like just the cheesy what's his face? I won't remember his name off the top of my head. He's just got like that charming ass, like really skeezy cowboy smile. And he says, "Well, name's Lance Nazareth. I'm a sheriff of these parts, or rather, of the parts we're about to fly over."
So, as the sheriff, if you don't mind me asking, is it pretty quiet up here on the airship? Then, I mean, we're here, we're all having this wonderful time together. You don't seem to be too inclined into, you don't seem to be too tied up apprehending individuals right now at the moment. Are things usually pretty easy for you? Like, what's it like being a sheriff on an airship up here?
Well, I ain't the sheriff of this airship, and frankly, it's not my jurisdiction.
Yeah,
Like I
that's
said,
what I wanted to ask.
we're about to fly over my jurisdiction, and he looks down at his watch and he says, "Well, any minute now."
Oh, well, nice. What brings you upon the ship?
I'm
Hold on,
looking
before you
for.
answer, before he answers, I want to be like, it can't be just the ladies.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Not all ladies are what they appear to be. Matter of fact, I'm looking for a very famous young lady who, she's got a scar on her palm, trying to kind of see if, I can catch sight of her at some point here tonight. You, see anyone matching that description?
A scar on their palm?
Yeah, scar on their palm, right about here, goes down their arm a little bit.
Nah, I haven't.
Ah, it's a shame. I thought I had her pegged, that was why I was staring at that woman. She is very dangerous. If you see her, you gotta tell me right away.
How so? Is there something specific about her?
Well, let's see. Don't want to be John too much with the civvy, but he kind of like flexes his suspenders a little bit and he says, what do you know about piracy?
Piracy?
Yeah, piracy.
Piracy.
Well, to be honest, I don't know that much. I'm just coming here and traveling, passing through. But
Best you
if you can enlighten me into the subject, the more I know.
I'll keep it simple for you, because, sorry, did you have something you wanted to add?
Go for it, yeah.
I'll keep it simple for you. Sometimes there's a word that there's a ship that flies these skies called Calypso's Fear, and captain of that vessel's a woman who's known as Hot Hughes. She's dangerous, battle-hardened, killed at least 100 men. Rumor has it that she's after the Countess's treasure. And she's prepared to do anything with her hands on.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
but on that, you said you have no jurisdiction on the ship, right? And if she is on the ship, what are you gonna do about that?
Well,
What
I
can
did
you do
say
about
that my jurisdictional rights are about to go into effect. So once I catch her,
see.
I do believe I'll be holding her to see if we can't figure out what she's got planned. She does not think
Alright.
small, this woman.
So in the meantime, then, so where does that leave us then? Because it sounds like there's a little bit something else happening here, a little bit. We're here. We're trying to make our way through. Maybe look into something a little more lucrative as we're passing this time here. Certainly we could sit here in this hall gambling all day, but if there was anything else that we could be about that might lead us to some sort of a financial boon, certainly I would like to, look into that rather than continuing to play here with such, small pittance.
Well, if you're looking for For easy money, I gotta tell you, I ain't even know first thing about money. All I know is justice.
I'm pretty sure that Harold man cost some money.
Could
Yeah,
deputize you if you want to help me out catching this here criminal.
Right. Yes, certainly, because justice pays for 10-gallon hats by the truckload, certainly. So,
Well, can't very well let myself live as a pauper now.
surely. So when
mind
you
if I
say
ask you-
deputize, go ahead.
Let's let Arcreus go, and then we'll go back to you, Thim.
Sure.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
No,
wanted
you're
to
totally
ask about the hat.
What do you want to ask?
Like, where he get it? How'd he get it? Why?
Okay. So what we'll
How
do
would
is
you walk around with
I'll fold that answer into the question that Thum's gonna ask.
Okay, cool.
So Thum, you're asking about deputization.
Yeah. So what's the deal when you say deputize? What do you mean by that? Like that's kind of a loose term. Sounds on the latter side of particularly legal.
Well, law's the law. I'm sheriff. I have the authority to designate agents who will act in my interest. If you wish to be one of those agents, well, I could pin one of these nice little stars on your vest, and he takes out it almost looks like a plastic cowboy star. It's really cheesy and goofy.
Those, Family Dollar stars.
Yeah. It looks completely silly, and it just says deputy on it. But the inking in the recesses is kind of worn and chipped a little bit. It looks like it's probably been worn by a couple of different people, and actually you can see the faintest tinge of a blood stain on the edge of it. He says, "Now, I have a few deputies on the vessel already as it stands, and well, I'd take every able hand that I can get." And when you ask him about his hat, and he says, "Well, this hat was given to me by my grandpappy. It was given to him by his grandpappy, and well, that's a long story."
Can I have the hat?
No, you may not.
I don't have a grandpappy.
That is most unfortunate and also perplexing.
Well, thank you.
Surely you had to have had a grandpappy, because otherwise I would have many questions as to your origins, young man.
I have questions too, but I don't see no answers.
Okay, cool. So, was your question answered satisfactorily in both
Yeah.
cases? Okay, cool. Do we have any other avenues of conversation we want to explore with him? Wait, hold on. Am I the only one hearing
Wow.
the really deep voice there?
It's skill mode there.
Who is that?
Holy water.
Somebody's otherworldly patron is trying to get through here.
Yeah. What is going on?
Gozer?
Okay, hold on. It was definitely me.
Okay,
before.
no, that's
There
right.
you
Okay.
That's a Discord bug that I've ran into, and I've been playing Among Us with some friends recently, and that has happened mid discussion, and I thought that they were totally trolling me because I haven't ever heard it. I've never had it. I've never been on the receiving end. But something with my setup causes that to happen. I don't have any kind of voice changer going. I don't have any kind of anything on my. Yeah.
That was the most weird shit I've ever heard. Okay.
So yeah. So.
No, we were somebody singing, dog.
It wasn't me. It wasn't. It was me, but it wasn't me.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's get back on track.
So I guess I'm pretty suspect of this sheriff still. You know, he seems kind of out of place. Seems a little seedy. Seems a little bit greasy for my taste. But you know, I think for now we can just kind of look past him and maybe see if we can maybe try and find some information on this girl that he's looking for. I know she seems pretty similar to the one that we was ran into earlier at the table. So maybe we'll look into her a little bit.
On that note, as we walk away, I pull him aside and I tell him, "Hey, I know who he's looking for."
Is it you've met this woman with this scar, or you know her?
We were talking for a bit, and I saw the scar on her hand. She has a maid that's helping her use magic of a sort to cover it up. And she wants me to meet her later on today to talk.
Okay, you need to get me into this meeting with you so I can potentially leave a bug with these guys so we can discern some information with what's going on, because I sincerely do not trust any of this, and this all seems too coincidental and too kind of fallen into our laps to be so easy.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Okay, so that sounds like a plan of action to me. So do we want to move to the execution of that plan?
I think so, unless there's anything else. Anybody else wants to jump in with anything?
I was just going to say, does anyone want to, not be involved in that plan? Okay, good. So if you have any last business, just chime up really quick, and we'll move to the execution of Arcreus introducing you to Hot Hughes.
Hot Hughes. No, I think we're
all right. So you make your way out into the foyer where there's kind of these are the people who aren't gambling as seriously. This is just kind of a bunch of socialites and other folks who are maybe down on their luck, have already run out of money, and are just kind of riding out the rest of their stay.
Did we take badges? Because he offered.
Did you?
I don't think I did. I didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, I don't think we ever accepted deputized badges. No.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
Yeah, I would think not. But
okay.
So you head out into this area, and you can see that there's kind of this group of guys who kind of look like factory workers. They're kind of covered in soot and grease, and they're wearing overalls and little cabbie hats. And they're all kind of circling one table, and the adjacent table has a priest and a maid and a very attractive woman at it. And you can see that the group of people who are sitting at that table are all kind of listening in on the conversation at that table. And every so often they'll all kind of nod in unison, even though it doesn't look like they're talking.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think maybe that they're communicating non-verbally in some way or something, maybe, perhaps?
Telepath? It could be.
Potentially.
Yeah. So I make my way to the table.
Okay. Is it all four of you together?
Yeah, I'm certainly would gonna follow.
Yeah. So
cool.
I think so. Yeah. Right?
So
as I go walking over, I'm gonna look around, see if anybody is watching us group up at this table, keeping an eye on us.
Or you know what?
Okay,
before I'd be like, all right, so it's gonna be us two first, and then you two follow. It's gonna be me and
We'll have a drink first, and then meander my way over there.
Yeah.
all right. So what we'll do is we'll start with Arcreus. This is actually perfect because then we can kind of proceed in the conversation and the discoveries that you guys make while the conversation's going on.
Yeah.
So Arcreus and Thum, you make your way over to the table. I assume you're sitting at the one with Hilda at it, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So you walk up and you can see that she's kind of doing a little bit of this, and she seems like she might be talking. And then she notices you, and she kind of sits up like this, and she says, "Oh, you made it.
Do I need to roll perception for noticing that, or do I just
No, I kind of.
see it? And
This is a detail I think you would have noticed. Like,
Alright.
I will make you roll for perception if it's something that seems unlikely that you would notice. But like, you were paying attention to her. I don't think you had to really focus to see this happen.
yeah. All right.
But like, if you want to roll perception to see if you could get what she was saying, that's another thing entirely.
Yeah. I'll roll for that.
All right, cool. Let's do it.
I got an 18.
All right, yeah, that's pretty good. You hear her like as you're getting closer, you kind of like attenuate your hearing to her voice because you can kind of hear it just the tiniest bit because it doesn't sound like it's coming from her. It actually sounds like it's coming from the table next to them. And as you get closer, you hear her say something like, what would she say? I think she says something to the effect of, "Is everybody in position?
Okay.
Does everybody know what they're going to be doing?"
So I walk up and I tell her, I'm not. I look her in the eyes.
You're saying what?
He responded to her saying that as in like I'm not in position.
Yeah.
Okay. And what were you going to say, Thum?
As we come up to the table, and as we're kind of like scanning the room, I would like to use detect magic, and kind of see if I can check for any kind of like traps or any kind of like bugs or anything like that, or kind of just make sure we're trying not walking into anything.
Okay, so when you do that, because from what I understand, you don't really even need to roll with that. You just kind of like get a sense of like what magic is in progress.
Yeah, it has a 30
And,
radius.
Cool. As you get closer, you can kind of tell like right off the bat that this is the maid is using a spell called Ghost Sound, and she is essentially passing the words that are being spoken by Hilda over to their table, which makes sense because they're far enough away that they don't look like they're together. But the only reason it stood out to you is because you were kind of looking for them.
Okay.
You also notice that there is a disguise person spell on her, and it's not very powerful. Like you kind of see through it in a sense, because like the way that the handbook describes an illusion is that once you can see through it, it almost becomes partially transparent for you. And the reason it's standing out to you as not very apparent is because it's almost as if she's being disguised as herself, just with like a couple of alterations.
Okay.
And as you approach, you don't notice anything like a trap, but you do notice that as you're getting closer, the maid seems to be preparing a spell, and the priest also seems to be working on something that has a magical nature to it, but you don't really know what it is.
Is this priest from earlier?
Yes.
So wouldn't he recognize him?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not like he's not responding to somebody as if he's like caught by surprise.
Yeah.
You get the sense that they're getting ready to like rumble if they have to.
Oh, okay. So yeah, as I walk to the table, I tell her that like I'm not ready in my own position or whatnot. Looking in the eyes, and then I laugh and I introduce my friend. And like this is Tom.
Okay, cool. And you do introductions all around. You can sense with that detect magic that the priest drops whatever magic he was working on. The maid does not. But she doesn't make any overt moves to like do anything harmful to you, but you can just tell that she's got something in reserve. Like she's a little bit more cautious.
Yeah.
And Hilda leans in a little bit and she says, "How much do you trust your friend?"
Well, right now I think I trust him more than I trust you, to be honest.
Well, that's wise. You just met me. I'd
Exactly.
be a little bit worried if you trusted me that easily.
And I trust people who actually tell me the real names. Hilda.
Well, Hilda is my real name, if that helps. But they call me Hot Hilda. Hot Hilda Hughes.
Is it because you're hot-headed?
You know, I've been accused of that once or twice, I could say.
I don't
I got
doubt
the
it.
scars to prove it.
I've saw it firsthand. But like I said, this is my friend Tom. He's kind of I guess you can say a leader.
A leader, eh?
Yeah.
Leader of whom?
Of me.
See, that's a very interesting choice of words. Leader seems to imply that there's multiple of you.
Let's just say that we have some friends that you could meet shortly that have accompanied us on this journey, and we've heard that it might be beneficial for us to maybe come have a meeting with you and kind to establish a connection, since we're going to be spending so much time together on the ship, as it were.
I see. So you're looking for a job.
Yeah, one could say.
Yeah.
Well, what's your angle here exactly? Let's talk brass tacks. I'll be open with you, but I need to hear what's going on with you first, since you're asking me for something.
Well, really, it's more of a need that we can provide. It appears that we're here, and there's a certain lack of qualified individuals in the vicinity. If any of the other people we have encountered thus far are an indication, and I know as myself, I would like to distance myself again from these sort of miscreants and vagabonds and such, and to do so, I am going to need a substantially larger payout than I am expecting when we reach our destination. So any kind of extra work that we could perform, as it was, so long as it is of a respectable nature, I would certainly be open to suggestion.
Huh. Go ahead and roll me deception.
Alrighty.
Because while you were telling something close to the truth, you were clearly trying to disguise your intentions.
I got a 5.
Okay. So that to me qualifies as just an out-and-out failure. We're gonna see what happens in the wake of that failure.
I'm a robot, man. What?
No. We're gonna move to the others. So, Greiger, what are you up to? You said that you're keeping an eye on things and seeing if they're being watched or followed.
Yeah, I'm keeping a little bit of distance from the table so we're not grouped up, and just keeping an eye to see if those two are being watched.
Okay. Do you want to roll perception for me?
You bet. $21.
All right. Hey, 21's pretty damn good.
Spicy.
So, what you're starting to notice, and this is just kind of like a gradual, since this is perception, you're not going to get as much contextual information, but I will tell you what you're seeing, because you're seeing basically everything that there is to see, and stuff that's kind of significant. The first thing that you see is that there is another table of people who are kind of like huddled close together in a larger group. And they've got kind of like a different cast about them. In particular, you can see kind of that they're wearing like looser clothing, and like you can almost see like a weird shape emerging from one of them that almost looks like the hilt of a crossbow. You look at this group and you're starting to realize that like they look like they have weapons on them, and they're not small weapons. They look like weapons that you would have to either sneak aboard and would have a very difficult time of doing, or they would be weapons that you would be allowed to bring aboard for whatever reason.
Right. Like that one time we somehow snuck a large pizza into the movie theater. Got it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you're seeing the last thing you see, I should say this, is there's kind of like these raised walkways that don't look like they're accessible. Like they don't have like stairs leading up to them. They look like they're accessed through doors that open into the walls. And on one of them, you can see there's kind of like the shape of a man who you can see like more of an outline than like really good details, but the detail that stands out to you the most is that this guy has an incredibly huge pompadour, just like comically large, and he's just kind of like leaning and staring down into the lobby. So that's really all you notice that's important. Since you got all of that information, I'm going to check in with Sublime really quick, and then once we get your environment situated, we'll have you guys do stuff in those environments. So Sublime, you said you're going over to the bar to get some drinks.
Mm-hmm.
So there is another bar in this room. Did you want to go to the one here or in the game room?
Let's go to the one in the game room.
Okay, cool. So the cowboy's sitting there, and he's just looking at his watch.
Man.
Hey, nice hat.
Can I have it?
Man.
I still wear that hat.
So, Sublime, you can do whatever you want. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't seem like he's taking special notice of you. You just kind of notice that he's sitting there.
I'm just gonna kind of watch him for a second as he's just staring at his watch.
Okay. So, if you watch him for any length of time, you see him nod his head, pull his sleeve down over his watch, and get up from his seat and just start walking over casually towards the lobby.
Follow him, because this is interesting.
Okay, so you're going to follow him.
Yeah.
All right. So while you're following him, we'll go through the aftermath of that. Gryager, what direction are you going? Are you going to try to do anything or talk to anybody?
Oh boy. Pompadour or sketchy group? Ooh. Okay. So I would like to go somewhere maybe not noticeable by everybody, and I would like to wild shape into a bird and fly up
Okay.
to look at the guy with the pompadour and see if I could sneakily. I want to try and sneakily do this and not have anybody see me.
Cool. So I'm going to have you roll your hide check while we resolve what's going on with Sublime. And then
Okay.
once I get back to you, you'll just let me know what that is, and we'll go from there. So
Yeah.
Sublime, you see him just like kind of push the doors open, kind of casually. He seems like he's in a jolly mood. He's whistling a tune to himself, and once he gets out, you see him just kind of casually reach down to his hip and grab a crossbow, like a little hand crossbow, and just start loading a quarrel into it and sidling in. And when he opens the door and walks through, you can see an entire table of people wearing loose clothing and looking a little bit sketchy, all stand up in unison and start just like pulling their coats back and grabbing big, like heavy crossbows and like little miniature cannons that look like, you know, blunderbusses. And
Horrible mistake.
people start shouting. Things start getting pretty hairy. What's your result on hide?
13.
Okay, that's good enough with all of this commotion going on. So you find like a kind of like a little spot behind a bush, and then you're a little bird, and you fly up behind the guy with the pompadour just as everyone in the room starts screaming and like clutching at their pearls, and like their monocles start popping out of their eye sockets, and just, you know, people are in general shock and disarray. And right, say what?
Polly made a mistake.
Well, what happens is you fly up behind the guy with the pompadour just as this starts happening, and you see him straighten up like ramrod straight, and his pompadour just kind of like boing, 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 boing for a second after he stands up, and you see him like pull out like a little contraption that looks like it's kind of been hammered out of metal, and he clicks a button on the side and he says, "We've got a situation on the floor." I need all available security personnel to the lobby right now.
Oh,
Okay, so let's go figure out what happened with that failure. So, you kind of cut her a line of bullshit.
Kind of.
And yeah, you feed her something that she hears and it sounds insincere. And she looks up, sees the sheriff, sees the table, looks at the two of you, and she's like, "Son of a bitch, I knew it!" And she stands up, all of her friends. Yes.
I say, hold up, let me explain. We are not with them. We're trying to do something.
A gentle reminder: we do have a particular item in our possession that would maybe provide an alternative resolution to this situation.
Oh, you're right. Totally forgot about the Prince of Persia's retcon stuff.
Is there anything about this that you want to retcon?
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna use the sands of time. Go back, and when he's talking, I'm gonna slap him.
Okay, cool. You get slapped by your friend while you're talking, and like, do you interject with like the truth? Do you like try to tell a more compelling lie? Like, what's your game?
Yeah, I try to tell a more compelling lie.
Okay, give me a deception check.
All right. I got a 13. Yeah, that's a 13.
Better than a 5. So what's the shape of the lie? Like, let's hear what the shape is. Knowing that it's a 13, like, what does a 13 sound like to you?
So, what would it be? It would be like more of the truth, but like with some lies in it. Let's see. So,
What particular parts of the truth are you going to tell her? Like, are you going to tell her that you're here for the treasure? Are you going to tell her?
So I'm gonna be like, so we're trying to do. We're not gonna say the treasure. Obviously, we're here for some valuable objects. We're here trying to do this undercover shit. There is a cop. Like, we see him. Like, I've spotted him. But,
Yeah, the sheriff, that guy.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you chased him off.
So he's a little bit more suspicious. And then
Okay, so we're gonna push forward to an alternate resolution, and you see just like what you see, Thum, is her like with a look of like shock and anger that immediately turns to a smile and just kind of like looking kind of casually up at him as if everything's fine, you know. You guys are probably okay.
Hey, so I have a question. When we do that, sorry, I don't mean to. When we do when we use the sands, do we know? Like, do we have like the memory of what happened then?
Yes.
Like,
Everyone does.
Everyone does? All right, cool. Because that's what I wanted to know.
So, like, Thum, you would know that that this was an instance of time travel. Yes.
During this, as I'm like being slapped so rudely by my friend here, can I really like ham it up and during my like recoil drop my my little spider bot and have it like roll under the table and just kind of just be there. That's all. Like not do anything else. Just kind of like set a position there.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a stealth check, and then once we've done that, we'll give the other two guys a chance to act.
Perfect. As a with a +4, so a 6.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
I got a 2 + 4, baby. 2 + 4.
Hold on, can I get a time on that right now?
No.
No.
So
let's embrace this.
I very clunkily as I'm like recoiling, this large metal chunk of what appears to be myself just kind of drops off of the side of my face, and it seems to be pretty visibly a little like spider bot, just kind of like laying there prone on its back, looking fairly obvious. Yeah.
Hey, when they see it, I'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry for my friend. He's kind of dirty. We need to clean him out."
Okay. Gregor, you're a bird. You just heard this guy with the pompadour say that they have a situation. They still have a situation. That part hasn't changed.
Oh. Oof. Can I vamp out of my bird and judo chop him and try and knock him out?
You can definitely try.
Oh boy.
So let's think about this for a second. So you want to judo chop this guy. That tells me that this isn't necessarily an attack to deal damage. This is an attack with a desired effect. Now, because I'm inferring that, I think I want you to roll me an attack and then roll me your stealth check.
Okay. So just like an unarmed strike attack and then stealth?
Attack as if you're using your weapon, because I just don't want you to have to sit and... Oh wait, the unarmed strike is right there. Yes, make an attack as if it's an unarmed strike.
Oh good, I have a better bonus to that. 19!
Okay, 19 there, and let's see stealth.
It's a 1.
14!
Hey, that's actually not bad. Okay, so here's how I'm going to say this is going to work. He's going to have to beat that 14 with his resistance.
Oh boy.
You get him in the neck, and you see his, neck kind of buckle like this. And then he straightens up, runs a hand through his pompadour, and then just kind of, does a quick turn like this on you. And he's just kind of looking at you over his shoulder really?
I panic.
He says, I'm gonna give you one sentence to explain what the fuck just happened. And at the end of it, I'm gonna decide whether or not I'm gonna kick your ass.
Fair. There was a large bee in here, and I have slight allergy to you. I was worried you might have an allergy, so I wanted to get it off your shoulder as quickly as possible. And
give me that deception check right now. I want it right now. Sublime. While he's rolling that, start thinking about what your next play is. And then give me your deception check there.
Wait, is Jacob near him or not?
10?
10.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one. But that's okay. Sublime. You just saw the sheriff basically summon a posse out of the crowd, and this is looking pretty bad. I'm going to tell you what you see next, and this might change what you want to do, which is that the woman with the hair like a storm cloud and the big muscular guy both kind of walk up to either side of you and up to either side of him, and they are both wielding she has got a wicked looking knife that you saw her pull out against your Warforged friend in one hand, and in the other she's got a hand crossbow, and the big muscular guy has a cannon. Not like a ship's cannon, but damn near.
Are they pointing them at him or at me, or
they're pointed skyward currently, so they're definitely the we have guns sort of guns. They're not we're gonna shoot you guns, if that makes sense. If you've ever seen a bank robbery, it's the please be aware that if you do anything, we could very easily transition to the guns being trained on people phase of this bank robbery.
Gotcha. Okay.
I feel like I made a horrible decision. Guns all around.
You made a horrible decision.
Is the sheriff and his posse, are they looking at me in like my direction? Are they looking in a different direction? I mean, because I came in behind the sheriff. So
the woman's keeping an eye on you, but she's not like making any obvious moves. Like, it's more like she has accounted for your presence and is, making you aware that she knows you're there, but she's not doing anything about it currently.
I mean, legit, I'm just gonna step back through the door.
Camouflage.
Silently be like, nope.
Okay, I like that. So when you leave, what do? You're in this game room, the door is closed behind you, you realize there's a lot of people with nasty weapons in the other room, and you have the door you came in on, you have a door with security in front of it, and they're kind of like holding their hands up to their ears, as if, and like nodding and looking a little bit concerned. And then there's a door across from you that looks like it leads out to like a balcony.
The door that I closed, is there like a latch at all?
No. Well, I mean, not one that you would know how to.
No,
engage.
that I would know. Okay, cool. I'm actually gonna head towards the balcony. Can I, just so that I have the layout correct? Are the rest of the group, are they in the same room I am now? They're in the.
No.
Are they in the other room?
They're in the foyer. So they're in the room
Okay.
that currently has a bunch of armed people in it.
Okay. I'm gonna head towards the balcony.
Okay, cool. So you head towards the balcony, you open the doors, and you can see that it's kind of like dimly lit out here. Some people are out here smoking. There's like kind of like a puff of like perfumed tobacco smoke that's hanging hazy in the air. And through these big windows on the wall, you can kind of see like not stormy skies, but like dark clouds outside. And like the wind is rushing past, but because it's an entirely enclosed balcony, there's really no threat to you. It's like weirdly calm in here. Give me a perception check.
$19.
Okay, that's definitely good enough to see this. There is a flash of lightning, though. And in the flash of lightning, it's for a second. As long as a flash of lightning lasts, less than a second, you see a dark shape off in the clouds. Like a big, dark shape. It's too quick for you to really tell much about it, but it's you saw it. You know that you saw it. And like everyone else is just kind of talking quietly in here. There's like soft piano music being piped in like there is everywhere. And you can tell that like the piano player's music is getting a little bit more tense and a little bit more like, okay, am I gonna die tonight? Is this what my paycheck is gonna buy me? Like
Less da-da-da-da-da and more da-da-da-da.
yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Is there anything that you want to do in here?
So there's no obvious. So it's all enclosed, the
Mhm.
balcony area. There's no obvious exits other than like the door I came in on, right?
Well, since this is a heist movie, there's always an air vent.
Okay.
So
Where
There's an air-
where is the air vent like in relationship
It's,
to?
you'd have to like climb up there, but you could like jump and grab onto it with your hands. It's reachable because you're taller than normal.
Okay.
But there are people around. Like you would be seen if you tried this.
I once again would So the lightning is more lightning flashing. Have we heard thunder?
You have heard thunder.
Okay.
This is legit lightning. It's
Okay. I'm going to try and wait for one of the flashes of lightning, and when it hits, cast minor illusion again and do a giant thunder sound in the corner to make everybody else look the other way. And then try and get near.
Give me another deception check.
All right, fair enough.
Once we get an idea of how that went, we're going to go back to our two friends who are sitting with a group of sky pirates.
17.
Arg.
Great. Okay, so the sheriff has walked in. He's like standing with the two people that I described earlier, and he's like, "All right, ladies and gents, I'm gonna have to ask you to drop any enchantments that you have currently on your persons. We are looking for somebody in particular. We will not harm anyone if this person volunteers themselves to be brought to justice." And you see that Hilda is just leaning back and thinking about her next move.
Okay. So during all of this, I think I'd casually like to, or casually, this spire drone that was so mishappenly dropped under the table. I'd like to try to kind of maneuver it, perhaps out to like the side of the room, and maybe during all of that, have it try to like scuttle out under everybody's feet, essentially, and get itself up into the walls. The idea is eventually so I can get it crawling through the ventilation system.
Cool. Yeah, we'll start that project. So that's something that we're gonna do. I'll say it's gonna take a little while, but everybody's looking at the people with the guns. They're probably not looking at their feet at the moment. So I'm gonna say we don't really even need to roll like a hide check for this. This is unlikely to get noticed. Arcreus, do you have anything that you want to do?
So just want to make sure the chef is right there, right? He's the one.
The sheriff is the one who's essentially created a hostage situation for justice.
I put my hands up and I go like, "Hey, sheriff, what are you doing?"
Says, "Well, you know how it is with enchantment magic all over the place these days. Be a real shame if our friend was hiding as a particularly cunning disguise. Like maybe, just maybe, she's hiding as lanky Aarakocra. Maybe she's disguising herself. Why don't you walk on over here, son? We'll have a little heart-to-heart." And you see that the guys from the table, like the ones with like the big guns, are now like circulating around and like jabbing them at people and just kind of being like, it looks as if they're like trying to like touch people and make sure that like their hand isn't passing through stuff. And like a few people it does, and like people are starting to like shout, because there are people who are just, they have disguised person on and they're freaking out, and like there's like a woman who went from being like a drow to a half orc, and she's freaking out, and like it's a mess.
Be like, all right, look, I'll come with you. We'll talk. Just leave all these hostages alone.
What? No, never go to a second location with a cop. That's rule 1.
But you're
out of here.
Okay, so you are. I assume that you're trying to kind of persuade him here.
Yes. I would love for him to not go to a second location with Don Quixote here.
Okay, let's see that persuasion check.
All right. I got a 16.
Hey, that's not bad. You're walking up to him and you're speaking calmly and slowly, and you can see that he kind of like threw that one out just to kind of like to see if he could like put you off balance. But when he sees that you're staying calm, you're keeping cool, he kind of looks elsewhere for threats, and he says, Now listen, I think it would only be safe for you to submit to a search. we could very easily verify that you have no ill intentions.
Who's we? Who's gonna search me?
Me and my posse. I'll have my man Quake here. He'll pat you down.
I kind of don't feel comfortable being patted down by 3 other people. Can it just be like one?
Well, that's the idea. Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
So, you may not understand how the chain of command works. I will have one of my friends do it for me. Quake, would you mind doing the honors? And the big muscular guy steps forward and he kind of like cracks his neck back and forth and he says, "I promise not to hurt you, but you will need to not resist."
As he is being approached, I would like to have my spider bot, which is up, kind of up on the wall, maybe like kind of peering into the room from one of these vents, attempts to use force ballista and shoot off the cowboy's hat.
Right. Make that attack. While you're making that attack, Greiger, start thinking about what you want to do next.
I tell the sheriff if his friend gets any closer, I'm gonna use my talons.
Yo, like, you know, just starting to sound like resistant arrest, and he's just like cracking his knuckles, and he's like, "I'd say I hate to see it, but I sure do love to see it."
Wait, you would love to see me resist arrest?
Yeah, I mean that's what he said.
Kind of kinky, Doug.
Start recording.
So, traditionally, the force ballista is like a bonus action of me just commanding the turret.
Right. So, but it has an attack value, right? Normally I would roll whether or not the turret listens to my command at all, and then the value would always be the same. So like if I can, there's no actual like on D&D Beyond, there's no like click to roll to see if this attack hits for the specific thing. Like it's more like I can expend the ammo for it. Okay. I'm gonna say
I can roll whatever you want to see if this works.
I do kind of want to see a roll on this because if it was a simple combat situation where like it was toe to toe, I think I'd feel a little bit more comfortable just giving it to you. But since this is like across a room and it's like there are a lot of intervening, why don't you give me a crossbow attack on this one, and then we'll call it good there.
Perfect. Okay. Action. Crossbow attack. That is a 11.
That's actually just good enough. They had pretty low AC. So since you're attacking not to deal damage, I will just say that you managed to shoot his hat off. But like this force ballista kind of buzzes the top of his head. Like he doesn't get hurt, but he definitely felt that, and he may be able to figure out what direction that came from. Gryagar.
Okay. Let's see. So this guy wants to beat me up. Got it.
Right. So, he definitely went from he heard the bumblebee excuse. He's like, a bumblebee in an enclosed space in this lobby.
At this
From
time.
the airship at this time of year.
I cast Earth Tremor. He has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god! All right, this is exciting. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
You gonna get the whole ship a rumbling?
Yeah, this is gonna get real saucy real fast. We're getting to the fun stuff now. He fails critically, so this is gonna take him completely off guard.
Okay. So on a failed save, 1d6. Woohoo! Max damage 6. He takes 6 damage and he's knocked prone. And then, as my bonus action, I'm gonna bamf into a giant wolf spider and make a run for it up the wall and try and find a vent to sneak into.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Come hang out with the mech spiders. It's cozy.
Deuces!
Yeah, with the big spiders.
Do this, and then we're going to take a quick break, right at around 8:30. So here's what happens. He looks like he's just about to like unleash a horrible can of whoop ass on you, and just as he's like stepping forward, you use Earth Tremor, and it's like he stepped wrong, and he's like on the railing, and he's now hanging from the railing on the other side. He slams bodily against the side of the wall, and you just see him pull this thing up to his mouth, and he says, "King down! King down! We've got a Goliath!" You morph into a giant wolf spider, which definitely doesn't scare the shit out of anyone. And you scuttle on out of there, towards a door that's open, towards the vent. Like, where's your direction?
I want to get in the vents.
Okay, cool. So you'll start heading towards the nearest vent. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Where we stand at the end of this is the sheriff just had his hat shot off. A guy with a pompadour who calls himself King just got knocked over a railing. A pirate queen is sitting and watching this all unfold with a beatific smile on her face. And 3 different objects that technically belong to the party, including a robot, are all trying to wrestle their way into 3 separate vents. So we're going to take a little break. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes. So everyone go grab a drink of water and rest your voices and stuff, and then we'll come back and see what happens next in the Countess of Castro.
Oh yeah, I want to see what's on top of this cowboy's head.
Watch it just be his brain.
Oh no! Oh man. Great work, guys. All right, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for sticking around while we figured out a couple of technical issues. So I'm just going to give us a really quick recap on where things stand for those of us who might just be joining us, and for those of us who maybe went and got a drink of water and then hit their head and forgot everything they knew over the last 3 or so hours. So our team of intrepid criminals, con men, and other undesirables found their way aboard the Castro airship, which has a casino inside. And after spending a little bit of time upping their chips and getting some extra funds, they found themselves embroiled in what appears to be a standoff between a local law enforcement agency and a bunch of sky pirates. Currently, the sheriff, whose name is Lance Nazareth, is holding up the entire foyer full of partygoers, trying to look for the leader of Calypso Sphere, the dreaded pirate ship of the airship pirates that are reputed to be aboard the vessel. And sitting at that person's table is none other than our Arcrius. Our Goliath druid named Grygar has turned himself into a wolf spider and is now crawling into an air vent. Sublime has also decided to do that. He's our half-orc sorcerer. Thum is leading one of his spy bots to an air vent and is also sitting with the dreaded pirate Hot Hilda Hughes. And they're all kind of trying to see what happens after one of these spy bots that Thum so kindly directed towards an air vent shot the hat off of the sheriff. So we're going to start with the resolution of that, the hat being shot off. I think everything was like moving in a fairly predictable direction up until this point, and things were going pretty smooth. Like, he seemed like he was not on edge. Arcrius was walking towards him, hands up, and he was sending one of his lackeys to go and frisk him just to make sure that he's not up to any nefarious business. And then his hat gets shot off, and there's a brief moment of stunned silence around the entire foyer, where everyone, all the people who have just like appeared out of nowhere with these big guns, who are apparently helping out the sheriff, they're looking around, they're trying to see what the sheriff tells them to do, and the hat just falls gently, little bit by little bit, down to the floor. And you look at Lance Nazareth, and the man is bald on top. He's got the skullet going on, and he clearly wanted everyone to think that he just had this big, healthy head of hair. And you see his hand just kind of...
Oh, brother.
Which one of you sons of bitches shot my hat off?
Whoa! What?
And then all of his buddies start like pointing their guns everywhere. They're not even checking people anymore. They're just like, what the fuck's going on? Like, there's got to be something here. So your spy bot is actively being searched for, Thum. So let's give it a hide check and see how well it can stealth its way out of this situation.
Ooh baby, a 14.
Okay, 14's pretty good. I'm gonna give them a fair chance at this. Rolled a 5, so I think that they're going to continue blindly pointing their weapons everywhere. But there is kind of a minor downside to this, because once the temperature starts to change in here, and your robot kind of like crawls its way inside of the air vent before it can be detected, now all of the pirates are sensing their opportunity. So Arcrius, Quakebane, the big muscular guy who's one of Lance Nazareth's most trusted deputies, he was just reaching forward to frisk you when this started happening, and there's a brief moment where he's more distracted by the baldness of Nazareth than he is by you. What do you want to do about that?
I fly and pick him up.
Okay, you won't be able to pick him up. Do you want to fly, or do you want to like mess with him or like knock him over? Like, what's your play here? Like, what's your larger objective?
Well, I mean, I had planned to pick him up and like grab him with my feet and throw him over and whatnot, but I guess that's not gonna happen.
Let's make that happen. Actually, that's fine. I was thinking that you were gonna like try to fly away with him.
Oh no.
But like, let's see this. So let's have you make an unarmed attack here. And
Okay.
again, I don't know if you're trying to deal damage here. If you are, then we can resolve it that way. Are you just trying to like knock him prone?
Just knock him prone.
Okay, yeah, just make your attack, and then we'll see how that turns out.
Alright. Yeah, I just do two damage. Alright.
Oh, what
My
did
bad.
you roll for the attack?
I don't know. I was using this. I'm
Oh,
not
I'll
gonna use this app. No
I'll
more.
roll it for you.
Please. Yeah, I don't like that.
Oh no, everything is paused. What's going on? Oh no. Oh, I hate that. Why is there a giant 3D dice on my screen?
Yeah, that's
I
what I
don't-
got on my screen too.
I don't.
Mine works.
What did you?
I've been using it. Do you need me to roll it? You want me to roll a 20 for him?
I'll just roll it
Did
here.
you
I
roll a
have it.
20?
Yeah, I rolled a
Oh,
20.
what is it?
The Ranger got me a 2. It was a 2. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Real dice. If you got them,
Alright, cool.
use the program
I
if it's
got a
working
real,
for
I'm
you.
not using that no more.
Okay.
Real nice. It's still a 2.
Double. It was destined. Sign the
It was
check.
destined.
Yo,
It's- So here's how this is gonna roll.
Oh, this
I
big
really like
cowboy
the
son of a
idea-
bitch.
So you like flap up in like this big cloud of feathers. Like you just immediately sense your opportunity and you're like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, but first I gotta knock this guy over. And you sink your talons into his shoulders and immediately he just grabs your legs. And you start to lift him, but you're like trying to throw him and he's trying to hold on to keep you from flying away.
Mhm.
So you got to deal with him holding on to you in order to fly away.
He grabbed me to the sheriff.
Huh? Oh, you were grabbing the sheriff?
No. I'm grabbing the big dude. And then
Oh, yeah.
Like we're going towards the sheriff.
Okay, cool. So he is kind of being dragged, and you can kind of see him like bonking into the sheriff and kind of knocking him forward. But yeah, your efforts are not having the intended effect. Gregor, you are crawling into a vent. All right. So, since the only person who could have conceivably seen you do this is currently hanging from a railing, he's a man with a comically large pompadour who calls himself King, and you slide your way in there and you start heading up into this vent system. Now, I don't know if you've crawled around in vent systems, but they're not very interesting on the inside. They are a little bit difficult to navigate. Are you like picking a direction? Are you trusting any kind of sense, or like how are you approaching this to get you where you want to go?
Boy, my friends are down, so I'm going to try and go down and find my friends.
So you're gonna try to like loop around,
Yeah.
like find a circle. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's totally doable. Yeah, give me. I think this is kind of a nature check in a weird way. So like, let's see it, because
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's no survival. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Survival.
Thank God, nature's a -1.
Oh,
I'm a
yeah, no.
terrible druid.
Oh no, that's fine. Survival being like being able to tell your sense of direction, that sort of stuff.
Oh, that's a 13.
Okay, that's actually not bad. This isn't very hard. You find your way. It's not like quick. You're not like there in a different vent in an instant, but you're well on your way, and you like find the opening for a vent, and you are primed to pop out of it. Speaking of vents, Sublime, you have caused a giant
Vent gang.
boom, and and you rolled really well on your deception check. There's just like a huge peal of thunder inside the room, and everyone is like, "What the hell is that?" And nobody sees the half-orc sorcerer wriggling his way into a vent on the wall.
Just 6'3" dude. Just
He's slight though. He's very svelte.
exactly.
Okay, so you're crawling around. What's your objective?
I'm gonna try and find something looking into the foyer so I can kind of see what's going on without really having to be in the mix.
Okay, let's see his survival
definitely.
check. You definitely.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah, I need to get out of this situation. I'm down here on that floor still with everybody. I think I'm still. I think at this point I'm the only person still left on the floor with everybody.
Yeah, I guess technically, Arcarius isn't on the floor.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So, did you roll your survival check?
It's 15.
Ooh.
Good enough. So you start heading in a direction, and you're kind of like shoulder over shoulder, like elbowing your way through this vent. It's very tight and uncomfortable, but you're able to get through without getting stuck. You find, again, kind of like a Grygard just did, you find kind of like a vent that has like enough of a enough of like a slit that you can see through, and you can just see like the catastrophe unfolding. You can see Arcarius like flapping his wings as hard as he can, while like a big muscular dude tries to hold on to him and keep him from leaving the ground. All told, it's a bad time, and it looks like a time that you don't want to be a part of, but your friends are down there, and sometimes you do crazy things for your friends. Speaking of friends, Thum, let's see what you're up to.
Yeah. So I'm kind of like recognizing this situation, realizing that I'm still down here and in the midst of all these thugs, and
You're just pondering on life.
yeah, I need to get out of here. So what I would like to do, being a Warforged, I would kind of like to try to like roll myself up into a ball, like kind of Samus style, if you would, and use my grease spell on the room and the people around me to try to like slick the floor and try to make an escape as I roll my way out of the room and into the next one. Just whatever door is available, whatever gets me away from all this whole situation. You know, like I'm gonna take my first exit. You know, whichever one's nearest.
So to be specific, is this grease between you and where you're going, or is it like around you or behind you? Like, where is it?
I would like to just spray the whole area around me if I can, like in like the general, like you kind of like an AOE kind of effect around me myself.
Okay. So there are two options for doors you can take. There's one that leads to an elevator, and it's the same elevator that you took to get down here initially. And then there's the door to the game room. There's like doors to bathrooms and stuff, but they're far enough away that they don't look like likely options.
Okay.
So which direction do you want to go?
I think probably towards the elevator.
Cool. And the elevator's on this level, so you can hop in and go for it. So I'm wondering how we would simulate this. I think
The grease spell is it has a 60-foot radius, and anybody that's in it has to make a Dex 13 save, or otherwise they fall prone.
Okay, this is going to be real messy. Oh, I love it. Okay, so
Does it affect me if I'm in the air?
no, I don't think so.
No, not necessarily.
It'll probably affect Mr. Quake Bane, who's holding on to you, though. You'll probably be able to drag in whatever direction you want. Okay, Thum, I want you to make an athletics check. Just to see if you can, like, kind of negotiate this as it's being done.
Ooh, how about a 4?
Okay, so you get some good momentum going, and then you're casting this grease spell, but as you're casting it, you're noticing that like that roll that you're getting is just getting faster and faster and faster and faster, and you're not really getting anywhere. However, everyone around you in this room has suddenly started falling all over themselves. The pirates were about to stand up, and they did, and just as they did, how do they do? Horrible. All of the pirates fall on their faces. It's a pretty grim display of their capabilities. And the worst part is that a lot of them were pulling out weapons at the time, and those weapons are scattering all over the place.
Oh, geez.
Let's see how Hilda in particular and her posse are doing. They're doing fine. They hop up, and you see Roberta's spell fire off immediately. What she had prepared was magic missile, and it was at a fairly high level, and so like these big bolts of force just start zipping out from behind her and colliding with all of these guys who have weapons. And of course, they're trying to move out of the way, and there's grease on the floor. So let's see how they're doing at that. They're doing great, actually. They managed to hold their ground. They still get hit, and you can see like a couple of them actually get taken out by this barrage. And let's see how the law are doing. They're doing okay too. So this seems like it mostly affected like the bystanders and the pirates. But you did do your best. You are making your way over to the elevator, but you aren't going to be able to make it before like you're noticed, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
So, yes.
So how the vent that my Aspire drone is up hanging in, and how far away from all this is it? Is it really super high up? Is it like, because I can command my spider drone with a bonus action, and so I'm wondering if it would potentially be worth using my flamethrower ability on my spider drone and then potentially igniting some of this grease.
I think you could probably manage that. I think that there's like grease splattered up on the walls, and so even though it's like pretty high up on the wall, if you want to pull
I'm really just trying to create, not necessarily trying to like damage anybody specifically, more like just create a distraction so me and the posse can get out of here.
Totally doable. Yeah, that is totally fine. So as long as we're not rolling damage, because let's not try to calculate that out. I'll say that you set this thing on fire, and suddenly everybody's like trying to move out of the way. Some people are getting burned, but since you're not like specifically targeting anybody, it's more like everybody's taking like 2 damage or something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So as that goes, the remainder of the pirates are going to go. So the leaders of the pirate faction. Hilda just like leaps across this patch of grease and lands in such a way that she starts to kind of slide across it and just past the sheriff, who's just kind of like trying to keep his balance, and he looks like he's primed to stop her, but Arcreus has been colliding Quake into him, and now the two of them are just kind of sliding out of her way. Roberta follows close behind. She moves like no mage you've ever seen. She kind of moves. She's got like anime moves going on, like just like leaping from place to place, like not really seeming like she's bothered by the grease at all. And meanwhile, Bishop Bates calmly stands up from the table, retrieves a cannon from his belongings, and he just starts laughing. And he lets one of these cannonballs fly at a crowd of deputies.
Oh God.
Let's see how he does. He hits. It's not like it explodes and they kind of like go flying. Nobody like looks like they got really damaged by it. It looks like they more got moved by it, but it's pretty severe. Meanwhile, the one sheriff who can do anything about all of this is Storm Douglas, the lady with the knife, and she's gonna leap up and try to hack at Arcreus. She makes a good go at it, but she doesn't quite hit you. She kind of like lunges up, and right as she does so, like you sort of maneuver around, and I keep wanting to call him Marcus. I don't know why. Quake is he realizes that he's being twisted in the way of this knife, and he lets go of your legs. Arcreus, you are now flying, and Quake no longer has you in tow. What's the plan?
So he lets go. Does that mean she already landed, or is she still in the air?
I mean, she's not really like in the air. She's more kind of like lunging and trying to get like a good hit on you, and
Oh,
you
okay,
kind of
okay.
moved Quake in front of her.
Oh, okay, because I was gonna say I would grab her and throw her out, but it's cool.
Well, you're 0 for 1 on grabbing and throwing people while flying. So.
Hey, I'm gonna grab someone and I'm gonna throw him this game. Watch. It's gonna happen.
I have no doubt. You have your opportunities. I will say, if does anyone want like a threat assessment in terms of like you guys looking around and seeing how prepared you are to fight these guys?
We can check it out. Certainly, yeah. I think we've already lit the room on fire, and we've started blasting. So we should probably prepare ourselves for the outcome of that.
I will say that in the current situation, there were a lot of different ways this could play out, but in the current paradigm, I would say getting out is probably your best chance because this is turning into chaos.
Part of me just wants to like restart the time.
To what? What are you going to change?
Well, I mean, probably before the sheriff comes in. I don't know.
What do you? So you're sitting down with. At that point, you were sitting down with Hilda Hughes. Do you know what you want to do about this?
If we did do that, I would probably tell him like, look, we're gonna get up and leave. Either you come with us or not, or shit's gonna go down.
You want to try and hold them up?
Because
okay,
we'll be avoiding a big problem, and then it would put us into getting our goal a lot faster. Right? If we're staying here,
It's true. We could not light the casino on fire.
Well, that kind of happened. Like, I don't think time travel doesn't mean you're like going back and replaying the scene. Time travel is you're going back and changing one thing that happened about the scene.
Yeah,
and so the thing that's
why I'm saying, like, if I go back, I'd just stop everything and be like, look, we're leaving. Come with us now if you trust us. If not, shit's gonna go down.
Okay. So where would you go after saying that? Just curious.
Well, yeah. What's the next step? Like.
I did not think that far.
I mean, would you go back towards the game room? Would you go to the elevator? Like, is there a direction?
I'll probably look for a bar.
A bar?
No, not a bar.
A car.
Oh, a car.
No. How do you say name? Gregor?
Yeah.
Gregor.
Gregor. Yeah.
There you go.
Gregor.
I said Gar. My bad. Or Gregor. Yeah, we'll look for Gregor.
You see.
Call him Gur.
Gur. There we go. Gur. That's what I was trying to be like. What is it? I don't remember.
Okay. So, give me a perception check.
All right. 11.
Okay. You don't see him. You're kind of like looking around and you don't see him. You've got like a direction you can choose at this point. You're not going to be able to like do anything important. You're basically going to pick a direction and we'll see how the events unfold based on what you choose here.
So what were the ways again?
Elevator or game room?
Let's go.
Elevator.
I was gonna say elevator.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, so Sublime, you have eyes on this, and so do you, Gur. And there's like this moment where you see Arcreus like flapping around above this big muscular guy. You see Thume kind of like rolling in place, getting hotter and hotter as he picks up speed.
Gotta go fast.
Fire sweeps through this area. And then suddenly the fire is gone, the grease is gone, Arcreus and Thume are gone, and you two suddenly start to feel kind of silly for being where you're at. Like, it's not that like you don't recognize that you made a series of decisions to do this, but it's more like in the moment encountering this new information, you feel like, why am I even here again? Like there's like dissonance that's starting to set in.
Nice.
As for Arcreus and Thum, what floor are you on? There are 13 floors that are available, and the 13th does not seem to be available.
Are we on the helicarrier?
Yeah, we're on the ship. Yeah, so I think if 13 not being available, I'm wondering, like we're all pretty savvy criminals at this point, like I think we're all gonna be kind of curious as why we can't get to the spooky 13th floor. I think
You seem to remember being told, just this is timeline assertion stuff.
Uh-huh.
You seem to be, remember being told that the 13th floor is the penthouse suite.
Perfect. Okay. So I think it would be certainly in our best benefit to try to like infiltrate this floor, and like if we can, right? Like my first instinct would be to like if I see that this place is something I can't access, it's gonna I'm gonna obviously want to, you tell me I can. So I think I want to take the elevator to the 12th and then see if we can maybe work our way up manually from there.
Arcreus, are you cool with that?
Yeah, I'm done with that.
Cool. So we're going to move to Grygar because he's next in the turn order. So you're still a wolf spider. The lobby is not on fire, but Hilda is not there. And neither is Roberta. Bishop Bates is standing, and he doesn't have a gun in his hands, but he definitely looks like he feels like there should be one in his hands. The sheriffs are still, the deputies are still kind of like circulating through the hall, but you also don't see the leaders of that faction either. They don't seem to be present in the room. You also don't see a hat on the floor anymore.
So, would I take a guess at where everybody else is?
I think you could make a guess. I just don't know how accurate that guess would be.
Okay.
I think you can infer they're not here, and you kind of know what happened and that they probably wouldn't go for the game room because that's where the psychopaths came from. So you're kind of left with one option, which is that they probably took the elevator and went up a few floors. You don't know what floor they're on, but like you could probably make a few like educated guesses.
All right. I will figure that I can start at the top and work my way down.
Okay.
I will spider climb my way through the vents up to the top.
Okay. Another survival check for me.
Sweet.
And this is not about like whether you get there or not, it's just about how long it takes you.
Would that put him in the 13th floor since going all the way to the top?
Not necessarily.
Right. I'm gonna use my physical dice.
It depends entirely on how well he rolls.
Alright.
Spider gang.
Well, so it was either going to be a spider or I was going to become a velociraptor.
Clever girl.
Velociraptor spider.
All right. Ooh, that's not good. That's a 9.
Oh god.
Okay, once again, this isn't about you being able to get where you're going. It's more about how long it takes you to get there. Your route actually takes you past Sublime, who sees just like a gigantic fucking spider in the vent, and like you stop, the spider stops, and the spider just like lifts a leg, and then starts crawling up. So Sublime, you have a few options here as well. You can start following the spider that just waved at you that you're pretty sure is Gur, or you can take another route.
So we know that the penthouse suite's the 13th floor, and that's kind of where we assume everything is, right?
You don't know that, but like it wouldn't take very much to like come across that information. So like
Okay.
it's not hidden information. It's just not
Sure.
like you might not start your plan with that information.
Okay. I'm gonna try and make my way up a couple floors to avoid all the crazy,
Mm-hmm.
and then from there get out of the vents.
Okay, so let's have you roll a survival check as well. And this one is going to tell you how high you get before you exit.
4.
Okay, so you make it to the next floor up, and you pop out of the vent, and you crawl out, and I'm gonna say you're a sorcerer, you're a half-orc. This is not how you saw you spend yourself spending your evening.
No.
And you crawl out, and you're just like, ah, God. And then you just start hearing footsteps down the hallway, and what you see are a trio of men and women wearing sacks over their heads with like little eye holes cut out, and they're all like, the men are shirtless and the women are just kind of like wearing whatever to, you know, be at least a gesture towards modesty, and they're all carrying heavy crossbows. And when they see you, there's a brief moment of awkward silence when they try to figure out what they're going to do with you. The elevator is between you and them.
I am going to dash for the elevator.
Okay, cool. Give me an athletics check.
This is good.
This is closing the gap. This is not like
16.
Hey,
not bad. Okay, so you dart over and start slamming the button, and you hear the elevator start to come down. And you're able to get out of the way as like a trio of bolts just like sink into the wall right next to you, and you're kind of like hiding in this like T hallway that that will shield you from their bolts, but they're coming for you, and you're gonna have to come up with a plan to deal with them.
Okay.
Boom. You're on the 12th floor with Arcrius.
yes.
You see something similar. You see a group of heavily armed weirdos with sacks over their heads wandering the halls. And when the elevator like dings for this floor and like the doors kind of slide open, because like I said, it's like a glass tube. You can see in and out of it. Again, they notice you, and you notice them, and there's a moment where you're kind of assessing the situation.
Okay, I think is it so the whole area near them like is glass paneling on the side then, or
Beside them, they're kind of like down the hall from you.
down the hall? Okay. All right. So I'm thinking. I don't know. I don't want to use too much of my spell stuff here, but I kind of think I need to get out of here. I think I want to try and make it past them, or maybe, you know what? No, actually, I'm gonna go for it. I want to use Thunder Wave, and so everybody in a 15-foot cube originating from myself must make like a Constitution save, and on a failed save, they take 2d8 thunder and are pushed in a 10 feet away from me.
Okay, let's see how they do. Okay, so they fail their save. They are going to get some hits in on you. I'm just going to have them assign damage because I have a vision for this, and you'll have to forgive me for going this direction.
No, go for it.
But the way that this works is you walk just kind of like slowly, methodically towards them, just like quickly but unhurried. And these bolts are just like whizzing past your head, like one of them sticks into your chest, and you're going to take 3 damage. But like you're just Iron Manning your way through this. Like you're almost like trying to put off a guise that this doesn't even hurt you. And like I'm imagining you just like snap off the end of the quarrel and just toss it over your shoulder, and then just boom! This entire hallway is full of thunder.
Killer. Okay,
Roll
yeah.
the damage.
All right. Ooh, 15.
15 damage. Okay. That's wow. Okay. Let me make sure. Yeah, no. Okay. I don't know how gross we're feeling tonight, but the way that I'm kind of envisioning this happening is you throw this coral over your shoulder and then you invoke your thunder, and there's just this like boom that fills the entire hallway and unsettles all of this dust that's been resting on all of these surfaces. And when the dust clears, there's just like a whole bunch of like bloody smears on the walls. And you're just looking over your shoulder over at Arcrius, and what do you say?
I mean, I guess it's a little much. You know, it's been a little pent up. I mean, I can get a bucket, maybe like towels or a broom, perhaps. If you could direct me to a mop, we could do something about this. Like a little bit in shock. You know, like when in these kind of situations, I was gonna revert to butler mode. You know, like.
Well, you just made like a massacre and decide to clean it up afterwards.
You're like, you know, it's fine. You know, a little
hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah. It'll be good.
A little Windex and it'll be fine.
While you do that, I'm gonna just fly over all this and see what I can find.
Okay, cool. So at the end of the hallway, these guys were like clearly going down. It seems like they were grouped around a door. There's like this door that has like a bunch of script on it. I think it's probably just in Common and like in maybe Elvish and Dwarvish and like 2 other translations. But it basically says like employees only, and it has like a picture of a guy getting like shocked by lightning, and it's like danger, like high pressure environment, high risk of falling, you need a hard hat to be in here. It's got like a bunch of warnings on it.
I tell Thom, hey, they knew you were gonna be here.
What do you know? It was prophetic.
But yeah, otherwise you're not seeing a whole lot around you. Sorry, I cut you off.
I opened the door.
Okay, so the door is locked. Are you gonna like try to pick it or like kick your way through
I'll
it?
use my thieves' tools.
All right, cool. Let's see that roll.
Awesome.
I think it may have a separate roll on your sheet, and if it doesn't, just use sleight of hand.
All right. So I got a 9.
Okay. So you kneel down at the doorway and you like pull out your tools and you start like fitting them into the lock, and you start trying to like work this fairly complex piece of machinery, and you realize it's going to take a minute, and that you're going to need uninterrupted concentration on it for like a little bit.
Right,
so
I pull out my my Beats by Dre, put on some I'm a Barbie Girl.
I think that we can make room for that in our dungeon punk world, where we have a giant floating airship. We've probably mastered the art of Bluetooth at this point.
All right.
Probably works on like Dragon Teeth or something, but either way, it's you're listening to music and really focused. So Grygar, again, it's since we had a few things that are just going to take a minute, I'm going to say that you're kind of like helping us emerge at this moment where like that time has passed. So Arcrius is just on the cusp of finishing his lock picking. We'll figure out what's happening next with Sublime, and then kind of fast forward from there, and then we'll be kind of in the present timeline. So you emerge from one of these vents, and you're in a hallway, and you can see that there's like obvious signs that there has been like some act of horrific destruction in here. There's just like a bunch of bloody smears, and I'm gonna take a little agency with Thum and say that he's like carefully like spritzing things with like some hydrogen peroxide he has stored in some cavity in his body, and he's just like kind of cleaning up, and a wolf spider emerges. How do you indicate that it's you?
Same way I did it with Sublime. I just wave.
Okay, so you're on the floor with Arcrius, with Thum. You hear the elevator start to ding and come up towards your location. Is there anything that you want to do? Anything that you want to get ready? Any scene that you want to play out? Any dialogue you want to have with your fellow players? I'm open to suggestions.
I'm gonna stay in my spider mode, but I'm gonna climb up around to the ceiling, up next to the elevator, out of eye level range. And just be ready for whatever.
Okay, so you will look down into this like glass tube, and you can see down fairly far. The top of the elevator is mostly opaque, but there is kind of a window on the top. And Sublime. So you hear boots coming your direction, and you just hear like a soft ding, and the doors to the elevator open, just quietly, calmly. All you have to do is cross a hallway that is full of deadly bolts, and you can get inside there. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna cast sleep.
Ooh, I like this. Okay, yeah. Roll me your sleep check.
I think. It's not so much a check as it is. I just roll for how many hit points are affected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead and roll that.
I have to.
There's a lot of dice.
Oh yeah.
I love Math the game.
I really didn't mean to explode a whole room of thugs.
My bad, I didn't know I was super strong.
But you know,
they all had 11 HP, so it was just kind of like, well, they're just like a fine paste on the walls now, and there's like a couple of.
Or does he have to roll for that?
I think by the time we reach his turn, it'll be clean, or at least clean enough. Clean as a site of horrific violence can get. I mean, you probably didn't intend to kill them. You just kind of, like you said, you had a little bit too much rage going on.
Yo, I never knew robots can feel rage. Now I'm scared.
22.
22? Oh, that's perfect. Okay, and it does affect them nearest first. So these guys are charging down the hallway at you. They've got their big, heavy crossbows. And then the first two are just like... The one behind them is going to make a dexterity check to make sure he doesn't trip on them. And rolls a 2.
Ooh.
So he lands heavily on the ground. Your way is open. You can enter the elevator. You might take an attack, but it is going to be made with disadvantage at this point because, you know, got to wrestle this thing out and try to hit you with it. Okay, you are gonna get.
Yeah, I'm gonna head there. I was gonna try something fancy, and then I was just like, why?
You're gonna take 3 damage.
Why not?
Okay.
Like just one of these quarrels like comes up and like catches you in the arm. It's not a very like powerful hit, but you feel it, and you manage to slide in to this elevator. And what button do you push?
Top floor.
Okay, cool. So you push this button that says 13, and there's just like a calm, very almost a patient voice of a woman that says, "Floor 13 is not available."
Oh.
Why not?
Okay. I will hit the next one down.
Okay, so you hit 12. The doors start to close, and you see the guy with the crossbow finally up on his feet, and slams a hand on the outside just as you start to kind of pass, and you start heading up. And and Grygar, the person that you see coming up the elevator is in fact your friend Sublime, who looks a little rumpled, but no worse for wear. All right, Thum.
Ooh.
The door is, at this point, I think is going to be open. So, Grygar, I know you didn't really get to do much. Did you have anything in mind, or?
No.
Okay, cool. So, Thum,
Now that I see Nightbrand coming, I'm good.
Okay, cool. So Thum, the door is now like jimmied open, and you can tell that you can pass in through. You can wait for your friends to circle up if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I think. Can I peek through the door and kind of try to observe what's in it and stuff like that while I'm kind of waiting for everybody to gather?
Sure. Give me a perception check.
I got a 2.
Okay, cool.
I'm blind.
So this is one of the ways that I tend to deviate from Dungeons and Dragons, which is that I don't think you necessarily fail to perceive this. You just fail to do it in a way that isn't super obvious to the people on the other side.
Sure, yeah.
So, you open the door, and immediately, just the entire room is filled with the sound of a giant rotary engine turning. And it's just a huge sound, completely overpowering, but it's not like deafening. It's just like, oh my god, I wasn't expecting that. We had soft piano music a second ago, and now it sounds like an engine room. And you pop it open, and you can actually see that you're inside one of like the major like chambers in which like the gas that keeps this stuff aloft and like the rotors are being housed. This is magnificently huge room. You can barely see the other side of it, and it's just got all of these catwalks that are crisscrossing all over. There's like a bunch of like steel beams that are structural that are keeping things in place. And the other thing that you see is a bunch of people with sacks on their heads and a bunch of people with dusters shooting weapons at each other. And the other thing that you see is the guy that you startled by opening a door right next to him.
Oh.
Push him right now.
Okay. I think I would. So the guy that's immediately. So he's in touch range?
Yes, he is.
Okay, then I would like to use a shocking grasp.
All right. Yeah. Let's see it. So I have to save against that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a lightning springs from my hands as I reach out and grab him. And
what's the difficulty?
It's gonna be 14 to hit.
Okay, cool. So you hit.
Got to roll to attack. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I reach out and like I give him like a stun gun using like my mechanical palm, and it looks like it's gonna hit for 6 damage.
Very cool. So you surprise this guy, and he's one of the ones who's wearing a duster. You kind of assume that the little plastic star that's pinned onto his duster indicates that he's a deputy.
Okay.
When you reach out and grab him and just kind of stun him, his back kind of arches, and he drops the weapon that he was holding, but he manages to yell out, "We got company!"
Okay, cool, awesome. Okay, so I as my as a bonus action, I want to toss a second spider drone, or rather, but a larger one this time, like an actual like solid turret drone up onto one of the rafters if I can land it up there.
Okay, cool. I'm going to say that you can get it close to you with a bonus action, but like you would need to exert a little bit more effort, like maybe even an action to like aim
Sure.
it that properly. So you get it close enough to you that it's like in an elevated spot, but it's not like sitting like a floor above you or anything like that.
Perfect.
Art Chris, you heard somebody scream, and then you saw your friend take a chunk out of his body and throw it, and you start hearing something like a spidery, weird whine that's slowly assembling itself. And somebody yelled, "We've got company!"
So I thought we were supposed to be stealthy, first of all.
Well,
None of
we did some peeking. I at least stunned the guy, a little bit. We got some dronage.
Could have just threw him off, and let him fall.
Well, you got room to spread your wings a little bit in here. It looks like there's some like room to like kind
Clearly
of
not.
get.
All I'm gonna say is, it's if you don't get caught, it's like you just stealth past everything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I think that I
It
searched the
only
body.
counts as not as stealth if there's somebody left to report things, right? So
Oh
You're
no.
right, you're right. I searched the body.
Okay.
I want to take the
There's
star.
there's not a body. There's like a person who's dropped their weapon. He's still standing.
All right. Oh, never mind then. I just take a star. I'm taking the star.
Okay, yeah, I don't think he can stop you from doing that. You just pluck it off of his chest,
Yeah, and then
and
I
he's
put
like,
it on my chest.
"Hey,
my
that's
tunic.
mine." Okay, so
You're
you,
fired. You didn't do your job.
oh my god, a field demotion, very cool.
And
So what are you gonna do?
So I'm gonna fly a little higher, and then I'm gonna use a perception to like get a good view of everything.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's have you do that.
All right, for sure.
This will be a little bit of a different character from the one that Thum did.
All right, for sure. I got a 17.
Okay, cool. So you kind of like grab this star, pin it to yourself kind of like haphazardly, and then fly off. While this dude is like, hey, wait a minute, that's mine.
I find
And as you like launch into the air, you can feel like a peculiar tension in the air. Flying in this environment is a little bit weird because it's not like air. It's like pressurized, so you're like able to fly more easily, but it's also kind of harder to control. But you're able to maintain a little bit of stability as you get kind of like a good view of this burgeoning battlefield. And you can see that members of the Pirates faction and members of the Deputies faction are firing at each other. And there's like 3 of the deputies that are kind of peeling off in your direction. So they're clearly moving to intercept your party if they can. But the other thing that you see is that if your party can get up to the catwalk that's like directly above them, there's a door, and right next to it is a big stenciled 13.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
So how many is in the party right now?
4?
Can I carry all of us?
No.
One at a time?
You can't even carry one person.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bummy.
Almost as if only you could like go back in time and like get a grappling hook or something like that.
Well, I could produce them as part of my next thing. Is like I actually have a produce climbing rope and grapple thing I came prepared with actually.
Oh well,
As
there
long
you
as I
go.
can find some kind of materials around me to kind of like synthesize them out of.
Okay.
Harvest. That's fine.
There's like, I guess
Also,
there's
you're
a
a
guy.
bird, so you could go, and now that you have this badge, maybe fly up towards the top. Perhaps use this badge to try to
I was gonna
infiltrate.
come back down, tell you what I see, and then I was gonna be like, "Alright, I'm going up there."
Cool.
Okay.
So you're gonna fly up and make it to the 13th floor. Okay, cool.
At first, I'm telling him what we saw exactly, how like I can get to level 13. That I'll meet them up there or something.
Relay
sounds-
the information down to us lowly, non-winged folk.
I'll spider climb my way up.
Yeah, I'll race you up there.
I need to find some more grease.
Okay, so Greiger, this leads us directly to you. So you want to climb up the wall to get to floor 13, right?
Yes.
Okay, so as you're doing that, you notice that the group of deputies is getting closer to Sublime and Thum, and you can leave them behind. I don't think that's going to cause any problems because I think they have a solution for where they're at. But once you get to the 13th floor, Arcrius is kind of like turning one of those like big bulkhead doors, like the big circle, and there's he pushes it open and it makes this whining noise as it opens in.
I have a question.
Yeah,
what's the distance between the 12th floor and the 13th floor?
it's actually much larger than between the 12th and the 11th. Like you get the sense that like
How many
it's a
feet would
fair.
that be?
I'm not great with feet.
20 feet?
I call it.
40?
I call it
60?
something. I was thinking 60. It might be closer to like, let's call it 50. It's 50 feet.
That's pretty high.
Okay, so here's a
That's pretty
thought.
high.
Okay, so here's a thought. This is an idea. What if, because I have rope on me, so I can fly up there, tie the rope up to that, and they can climb it up. They can use the rope to climb up there and get up there.
I'm into that.
Yeah, I think that's great. That does mean
Yeah.
that the door won't be open for Grygar, though. So you will either have to remain in your spidery form just to see what happens and find some way of opening it as a spider, or transform back, whatever you want to do.
I kind of like being a spider.
All right. So you've got a peculiar vantage point on this encounter. What do you want to do as a spider to help out?
God, there's not much I can do.
Could you like spin a web or something like that?
Not as a wolf spider. That's a giant spider.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I can only be a CR quarter.
Oh.
How big is it? How big is he as a spider?
Medium-sized creature. So most humanoids are medium-sized. So am I.
Okay.
That is just my eternal nightmare.
Yeah.
It's
So
not scary at all.
I'm pretty big. Let me look at what my strength is. I might be able to help pull them up.
Cool. While you're thinking about that, Sublime, you're on the ground. Two of your friends just kind of left you down here, and there's a group of people with wicked-looking weapons charging your direction.
Ranged weapons or melee weapons or?
I think they have melee weapons drawn at this point. If you notice, like the fighting that's going on, they've kind of discarded their ranged weapons because like they're just not flying straight in here.
How far away are they?
I think they would need to just run from where they're at. So like take a full turn to move to reach you. So 60 feet, call it.
So are Sublime and I on the same floor?
Yes,
At this
you're
point?
standing very near each other.
Gotcha.
Okay. And so Arceus is flown up and he's out of the way and he's doing his thing. And then the spider's gone as well. Which now
So it's just
like
me and you, man.
yeah. No, that works. Like the hair on my arms finally went down and I'm not freaking out and feeling the need to burn it.
Although it doesn't completely go away because they're gone and you can't see them.
Yeah,
It doesn't
exactly.
feel any better.
So we have this rope then dangling.
So the rope is dangling.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's probably gonna be our next option, is try to scurry up this rope
Yeah.
to get up to these guys, get up to this next floor, and kind of see what kind of trouble we can get into up there in the penthouse.
Yeah, that's then if the rope's there, then yeah, that's what I'm gonna head to and try and climb up the rope.
Cool. All right, so give me an athletics check. Again, it's not about whether you fall off, because if you were to fall off, you would surely perish, but it's how quickly you can do it.
Well, it's not like your life depends on it or anything.
I know, which is why I rolled a 3.
So you're climbing, and you're like hand over hand. You're just doing this. It's like nothing. And you look down, and you've like moved maybe 10 feet off the ground.
It's gym class all over again.
It's just like, why are my arms so tired? Oh God, this is terrible. You're making progress, but it is very slow, and you're going to be holding up your buddy Thum, who is now kind of stuck behind you. Thum, your friend was like, "I've got this. I went to gym class. I was the fastest climber in the class. This is great." You didn't think to ask him whether it was like a sorcery school. Anyway, what's your plan? Your escape route isn't cut off, but like being on this rope would be somewhat dangerous.
All right. Okay. So here's kind of what I'm thinking. How is this entire space pretty encompassing? Like, is it pretty big, or like is it like a whole shaft kind of thing we're in, or is it just like a gap between the two? Because of what
It's like a whole shaft.
like a
So
whole shaft.
so think about like if you were to take like a big warehouse and
Mhm.
then stack the inverse of that warehouse on the bottom of that warehouse and remove the floors, that's what you're in.
All right, so I think what I would like to do is use well, first off, so is there any kind of like PA system, or any kind of like speakers, or any kind of like sound, or any kind of like anything like that, any kind of like TVs or monitors around at any point?
There
Any kind of
is a sound system because that's how they're piping all of the piano music everywhere.
Sure. Okay. So I would like to use my magical tinkering, and I would like to imbue. Not only like I would like to. It has 3 charges, so I would like to step 1, set off the sound system to alert a warning to evacuate because of a noxious gas leak. And then step 2, I would like to just touch like the rope or whatever nearest to me and make it emit just like a horrible, noxious, disgusting odor, almost like a really foul, like rotten eggs, maybe fish kind of odor, to, like fill up like the area around me as much as I can to accompany kind of this alarm.
Okay, so you're going to roll a deception check, and while you're doing that, let's figure out what happened with Grygar. I know that we had you roll some strength check.
Let me
Sorry.
let me roll a strength check here and see if I can't help pull them up.
Well, I got myself a 6 on that deception check.
Yeah.
That's a +2. That's one of my. I have a bonus.
Okay, so here's how I'm
I have a
interpreting.
proficiency in deception.
We had a lot of failures all at once, and I'm going to rule that like you can kind of see some of the lightning flashing from outside. Like it's not visible. Like you don't see a line. You just kind of see like flashing lights. And y'all are working on this. You're tugging on the rope and you're making good progress, and you're kind of like setting up this PA system. And you're like, alert, the noxious gas, the smell's bad, and get out of here. It's bad. Warning. And as you're doing that,
Stop what you're doing.
I'm great. How are you? Sublime, as you're climbing and you see this spider just drawing you closer and closer to its jaws, you realize you're not going to be able to look up at that and continue to hold on to this rope. So you're just kind of looking at the canvas on the side of this airship. Right as like one of these lightning flashes is occluded by a very distinct shape. It looks like another airship.
Yeah, no.
And just as you're thinking, oh no, there's this shuddering collision that shakes everything. The 3 people who are running towards you are like holding on as everything just moves all together.
It's like the Titanic all over again.
So the way that we're going to work this is you're not under time pressure from these guys anymore, but you are going to have to try to like figure out how you're going to get up there, Thum, because like the rope is being withdrawn. There is a very strong and powerful and sexy spider at the top doing what he does best. Let's take a round to figure out how we resolve this new wrinkle in the situation. So, Arcrius, something just hit the airship and it all moved all at once, and it was really bad. How are you dealing with this? Because your friend is dangling from a rope, being held by a giant spider, and your other friend is making noises into a PA system and making a rope smell bad.
Like that.
It makes it sound like they're not really doing that.
Sorry.
It's like, nah, at this point, just let him go.
You leave my stinky rope out of this.
Hey, hold up. Can I just say I'm surprised that the Spider-Man is not like being affected by the rope?
I
Can
By
he
smell
not
ropes?
smell it?
Why is a
What do you
Spider-Man? Does he have a nose?
'Cause you said the rope, it smells, right? And he's holding the rope.
oh no! I think it's a different rope.
Oh, okay.
I had that
We're
same
thinking about two
connection
different
too.
ropes? All right.
But when I heard that, I was like, I don't think he would turn this rope into tear gas while somebody's on it. Like, two of his teammates are working
That's
on
what
it
I'm
right
talking
now.
about. Honestly,
No,
that's what I-
definitely not. No, certainly not.
I'm like, yo, that's crazy. So I'll be like, alright, you hold them. I'm gonna see what that is, and I'll come right back.
Okay, cool. So are you going to like run across? Are you going to fly? I think you can fly faster than you can run.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
if I fly off, would I be able to come back?
Okay, so everybody who was fighting, like weapons are being like dropped and like they're just like falling into the lightless depths of this airship's air chamber. And while that's happening, like people are being like bucked off of these like narrow catwalks and falling to their deaths. And as you're flying over, you can see an area down near the base where like everything is a little bit wider, like the catwalks aren't as crisscrossy, and there's like a rip in the side of the airship, and you can see a bunch of people with bags over their heads and the little eye hole slits charging in through the hole.
Oh. So I fly back,
Mm-hmm.
and I tell the human spider.
The man spider.
I'm like, we need to get them up. We need to do this because there's a lot of people with potato sacks on their face.
This has
I'm gonna
the
try to open the
potential to
door while you
become
pull
a
them up.
Okay. So you're gonna open the door for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you start hauling on this big wheel, and it's just like making a ton of noise, and there's just no avoiding that. And when you finally feel it kind of like stop, you push forward as hard as you can, and you just feel it kind of finally like pull away from its aperture and swing backwards into the room. And when it opens up, you see a waiting room. And it's not really like a waiting room, it's kind of like a lobby. There's like nobody in it, but it's just kind of like a space that's like very, yeah, the soft piano music intermittently interrupted by a warforged talking about stinky gas. And but you walk in, and it almost like I guess you're a rogue, so you might have some experience with this. It almost looks like the lobby of a bank, but it's not like made for people to come and make withdrawals. It's made to house what's on the other end of it, which is a giant vault door.
Okay. So I walk towards the vault. Is that all I see, or can I see more?
I mean, you can see like chairs and stuff, and you can see that there's like a desk between you and it, but like there's nobody at the desk. It mostly just looks like this is a room. Like there's like a couple of like like dollies and stuff for like carrying large weights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But mostly it's just like weird. Like you're not entering this from like the intended entrance. There's actually like there's a door on the far side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're kind of coming in from an oblique angle to this place. So yeah, you walk in, and what you see is basically like a vault.
Yeah, it must be nice to have spells right now.
Yeah, and then there's I guess I should say there's one big feature other than this, and it's just a big clock on the wall. There's nothing really exciting about the clock. It's just big and there and ticking.
Okay.
Everyone likes clocks in this world.
I mean,
Curse
big
your
airships.
time.
I walk towards the vault and I examine it.
So the vault, it's not like comically oversized. It's actually like probably double your height. Like your head reaches the bottom of like there is like at your shoulder height like another one of those like big valve door operator things.
Yeah.
But there's also like a combination lock. There's a keyhole. There's like a couple of things that let you know that this is a pretty sophisticated security system, and you're gonna need to bypass it somehow.
Harrison 49000. I see.
You start tapping it, and you're like, "Ooh, yeah, it makes the right sound." You know, I don't know anything about
Stacking. All right.
but yeah, like it is an imposing black and gold edifice set in the wall, and it just the solidity of it is all that you can really like take away from this scene. It's just this is meant to stay here in this place because, Lord help us, if it were to be moved.
All right. I scream out, "Hello! Anyone
And
home?
there's a hello. Anyone home?
Morgan Freeman."
Freeman. Okay. You are now being rocked violently back and forth with a friend on the end of a rope. Why don't you give me another strength check? Just to see if you can like successfully pull this off without him getting hurt somehow.
Me?
Indeed.
Alright. One more is the spider. 9.
Good enough. I think it's a challenging scenario. The difference is I'm going to not give you the choice about who gets hurt here. So you're able to hold him relatively steady, but like as you're tugging on this and trying to keep yourself in place, like you can just feel this stress on your joints that's just incredibly powerful, and you just like feel yourself getting like dragged down to the floor, and you're in your effort to keep yourself in place, you're gonna take 4 damage. Just of like bludgeoning damage that you take from being pressed against the floor. But otherwise, now the sorcerer is at the top of the rope. So, is there anything that you want to do, Grygar, when you see that your friend has made it up safely?
Yeah, so friend's made it up. The Warforged is still working his way up. I'm gonna bamf out of the spider. This just has not worked out the way I wanted.
Well, I mean, you got up here. It's
get up
pretty
here.
effective.
So I'm just gonna bamf out,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go find the bird.
Okay. So you find the bird making echoes in this large empty chamber, standing right next to a vault door. Again, you see the giant clock on the wall, this imposing black and gold edifice of a vault door, just like sitting there, like the Rock of Gibraltar, just never moved.
So
Looks like it doesn't move.
at this vault door, I'm gonna cast Find Traps.
Okay. I've actually never cast that myself, so I'm gonna look it up really fast.
You sense the presence of any trap within range that is within the line of sight. A trap for the
Okay.
purpose of the spell includes anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you consider harmful or undesirable.
Okay, so your senses start pinging, like
Oh,
hard.
shit.
You're just sitting there and you're like, okay, cool. So I'll learn if there's a trap here, and you're just like, oh, that's a trap. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's a trap made of traps. Oh, those traps are made of traps.
Someone
Oh,
was even question the fact
Traps
that
on
summoning
traps
a
on traps on
edifice-
traps.
traps
So-
on traps on traps.
Yeah, so this spell merely reveals that a trap is present. You don't learn the location of each trap, but you do learn the general nature of the danger posed by a trap. to yourself.
Okay, so the general nature of these traps is to... these are mostly here to delay somebody and cause them pain. There is one that causes an alarm that just triggers when this door is opened. But if you kind of like peer through this like trap-laden edifice in front of you, you realize it's like, if you do everything right, you can't avoid the alarm, but you can avoid a lot of the pain.
Got it. Okay. Good luck, everybody.
All right, Sublime. You're kind of panting and sweating and wiping your brow at the top of this catwalk, and you're just like, this is terrible. I'm never doing this again.
Okay.
What's up? What's your next move?
So, Throne is climbing up his
Yes.
rope.
I'm working on my way up still. Yeah, I'm the only one that's not up there, I think, at this point.
I'll help. I'll work to help him up.
Perfect. Let's get a strength check just to see how much you help.
I rolled a 20, natural.
Hey!
Oh, hell yeah! Okay, so
Beam me up.
yeah, you remember now that you're like, oh, I
One-handed.
wasn't the fastest climber. I was the strongest puller, obviously. The two felt like they should be related.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, like your arms just like ripple with biceps, and you're just like, "Ugh!" And the Warforged is climbing up, and after a moment, you like have to hold on with both hands as you're just being rocketed up towards the catwalk, and you get like a little bit of air at the top, and you land, and you're looking at your sorcerer friend, and he's just like, ooh. Yeah. Sorry.
Exactly.
What else would you like to do, Sublime?
After he's up, then I'll head in towards the lobby area, the door.
Okay. So you come in, you see what they saw.
Okay. No, I want to go kind of check out the giant clock.
Okay. So you walk up to the giant clock, and you're kind of like you're standing a good like 10 feet below it, so it's not like you can reach out and touch it. But what do you want to know about it?
It just seems odd that there's a giant clock in this room where there's nothing else but a door. So I'm just trying to see if I can see anything that looks out of place from where I'm at.
Cool. Let's have you roll. I think this is going to be just an investigation check.
Nine.
Okay. You're standing at the foot of this clock. And you don't have like a watch yourself. But the time can't be right. The time is displaying as 3:15. And you can just hear it ticking, but you don't see the hands moving.
Interesting.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just gonna look at the clock as I try and figure this out.
All right, Thum.
So I think now that have been whisked up onto a level with my comrades in such a swift fashion, I'm a little apprehensive about this vault. Kind of, hanging out with everybody, trying to get a kind of a grasp on this fancy door, before we maybe try to work our way through it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm feeling like I kind of want to work on potentially opening it, but we're aware that it's pretty trapped up, so I think what I would like to do is I would like to use Identify on it to just try to get to try to learn what spells, if any, are affecting the door.
Okay.
And
Okay. I don't have like a list, but I'll tell you in general if that's okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you know that there's an alarm spell on there, and you also know that there's a glyph of warding on it. A glyph of warding essentially makes it so that if you interact with a device in an improper fashion, you are hurt by this. In addition to that, there seems to be some kind of like transmutation spell involved in here somewhere. It's a very complex thing, but like transmutation in particular seems very strange for a vault of this kind.
Okay. So I think I just want to kind of gear up, or rather, like prepare for any of these harmful traps and stuff, like particularly like that glyph. So I want to I think I'm going to use Absorb Elements if I can, as like as a safeguard.
Okay, I'll allow that. That seems fair.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to see. I've never actually used it before. In hindsight, it looks like it's supposed to be mostly like a reactionary thing. But essentially I just kind of want to like prepare myself to maybe take a little extra damage from this thing, and then so any kind of like if there's any kind of like elemental kind of harmful effects or like things like that, if I try to interact with this door, I might have a little resistance too. And while everybody else is getting geared up, like that's just where I want to end. I don't want to actually interact with the door quite yet.
Okay, cool. That's totally fine. Arcreus.
Yeah.
One thing at the start of the round, you're starting to feel really weird, kind of faint, almost like every once in a while. You ever get like deja vu and you just feel like weirdly like you've been somewhere before? It's like that, but in reverse. Like I was never here, sort of feeling. Like I'm not where I really am, and you're starting to feel kind of a dissonance between your past self, or your future self, I guess, and this past self.
Yo, what?
Remember when he told you that you had about 4 hours?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, shit. I look at the clock.
No, yeah, I'm just putting like the time pressure on there, because we're actually getting close to the end of the stream as well.
Totally forgot, yo.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. No, but I do want to. So I want to fly up to the clock. I want to check it out.
Okay, cool. So you're able to get up there without much difficulty at all. What are you doing with the clock? Just checking it out, like inspecting it?
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Okay.
So this is, again, going to reveal something of a different nature than what's been revealed before.
Okay. I got a 16.
Okay, a 16's pretty darn good. So you're looking at this clock, and I mean, I'm sure that Sublime kind of like lets you know that this isn't the right time. You get the sense that the time is 3:15, so you're able to synthesize that knowledge with the fact that the minute hand is just behind the 15.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to that fact, there's kind of like it almost looks like something about this clock is supposed to move that isn't the hands. It looks like the face itself actually moves.
Well, that's actually pretty cool. So is there a way I can move it? Like I tried to look for that.
Sure. There's kind of like a little subtle like recess where you could like put your hand and like start rotating it. But it goes in both directions. So which direction would you like to move it?
Clockwise.
I like that. So you move it clockwise, To what time?
To
Because you're moving the outer panel, so you're moving like the numbers.
Yeah. All right. So, what time did he say it would be right now? Like 3:15.
That was what's the clock? That's what the clock says.
Oh, okay. Well, I will try to adjust it to what the time is now.
Do you have like a timepiece or anything like that?
I do not.
Oh, okay. I don't think I have anything like that on me either. I don't have a clock. Anybody got a watch?
Oh, I could have stole the watch from the dude, but I didn't.
So I should have checked that cowboy's watch. God damn it.
Hey, it's not like you have time travel devices or anything.
Oh no. Okay.
If we do that, we're gonna have to do this all over again.
No,
I
you
think
have to
just no. I think I'm getting it. So like, so if I may, maybe as if I can recall correctly, actually back when we were at the table with Big Tex after his hat had been just shot off in his bluster and his panic, maybe I proceeded to snatch his watch clean off of his wrist, if I could, in a little bit of a pickpocketing.
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check.
Perfect.
You know what's funny? I thought about it and I totally forgot.
I got a 1 + 4 for 5.
Oh
no.
Okay. This is
That
bad.
doesn't make sense.
So you are now back in the hall. His hat got shot off. And he's commanding the attention of the entire room. And you dash over, grab his wrist, and take his watch off. And you kind of like break the bracelet in doing so. But when you do that, he grabs your wrist. And the three of you are looking around, and suddenly your artificer friend isn't there anymore. Currently, the Warforged Thum is tied up with iron girders in the game
the
room.
prison cell in the never mind.
And you're being watched over by these sheriffs.
Wait, we're back
I
in the
appear to
room.
be in some kind
No,
of a
you-
bind.
The three of you are still in the room where you're at,
Okay, it just he
but your
just
friend is
disappeared.
not.
Yeah.
That's
So okay, this is the plan. It's still my turn, right? Because that's
technically yes.
Was it my turn? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, like turns are liminal at this point. We're working
okay.
together on a problem.
Yeah, you got a plan.
So here's the plan. Clearly, he used the sands. He went back. He fucked up. But what if I used the sands to go before where he fucked up? Before that, that would put him here, right? It would stop him from going back in the first place.
You don't have any sand left, but somebody could lend you theirs.
Shit. Alright, in that case, you guys can do this. One of you guys. Shit.
Who's good at sleight of hand?
I have a +7 sleight of hand. I could do it.
I have +1.
Oh my god.
I will give him a sand because I know I have a sand, and if he's gonna be able to steal better than I do. Because I think I still have a sand left over after that. Did we have 1 or 2?
You have 2. So
Okay,
if you were to give him 1, you would all have 1 left, and then if you were to use that 1, you would be the only one who is out.
Okay.
So, are you going back to try this check again?
But if I do that, I'm gonna have to make sure he comes back, or else he won't be here if I try. Hold up, I'm trying to think.
Yep. No, we're in the fun stuff right now. Okay. So do you want to use the sand and just like see how things lie when you get back there? Because you're planning to go back anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know what did he mention to us? What time exactly he went back to?
He said that he was going back to get the guy's watch, and I imagine that he outlined when he was going back.
Yeah, right when as the guy got his hat shot off. was when.
Oh, so you said that. So I heard
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
All right. Fuck. That means I'm gonna be back with my hands up. If I go back.
But you also will be standing right next to him.
You're right. Okay. So this is a huge risk. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go into that position where I was next to him.
Okay.
Right before he tries to snatch the watch, though.
Yeah, and actually you see him like charging forward. He's like maybe 3 steps back, and then he sees you turn around. What do?
And I go like, hey, right in front of him, like, hey, and this is when I do it. Like I do the. As I go in between him and the sheriff, I do it with my feathers.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and show me a sleight of hand check.
Fucking A, let's do this.
Peacocking on him.
Yo, I got a 5.
Okay.
It's plus 7.
The bird's just as bad.
5
Is
plus
that
12. 12 is good enough. 12
Okay.
is we can move forward with this. Okay. So you move between them. As you do, you grab the watch.
Yeah.
What do you say to cover what you just did?
Be like, hey, calm down. I got it.
Go ahead and roll deception, please.
Fucking A. What's my deception at?
How'd we do?
6. I got a 6.
Okay, and that's
Well,
everything.
anything?
Mega convincing, Birdman.
So the
It's a plus 0 on my deception.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
So here's how this is gonna roll. You step out in front. You say, "Hey man, cool it." And the sheriff puts his hand on your shoulder, and he's like, "You did the right thing, son." And then he looks down at his wrist. He's like, "Some asshole stole my watch. How are you gonna
that dude? What was his name? Marcus? No, not Marcus.
I did that too. Quake
Quake.
Bane.
The only
Sorry,
Shaking
the only
quake.
reason why I thought Marcus was because you said it.
Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Okay. So you're trying to push the blame onto him, right?
Mhm.
So how are you going to make this lie convincing? Because this is
Well, he was walking behind you or walking past you. I bet
He's the imposter.
he's the imposter. He was on top of the body with the squids.
okay.
Space
See,
him.
I like this because this changes the context a little bit. Roll me deception with advantage this time.
Okay. 12.
Okay. Oh, well, did you roll twice and take the higher number?
No. 4.
Okay, yeah. 12.
12 it is.
It is.
You turn to the sheriff. You say, "He's the imposter. I know it because I saw it." And the sheriff looks at you with like this sort of incredulous, like, that couldn't possibly be true. But then you see him start to think about it. And he's like, "How do I know I can trust you, Quake? If that's even your real name."
It's real
He
nice.
takes his
Marcus.
hand off your shoulder, and suddenly all 4 of you are in the vault room again.
Oh, thank God.
And you've got a watch in your hands.
Alright, let's fix this time.
Okay, so you're going to set it to the time that it says on the watch.
Yeah.
All right, so you do that, and when you do, you like right as it eases into the correct position, you wouldn't have noticed if you weren't feeling for it at the exact moment it happened, but you feel kind of like a big click.
Yeah.
And when that click happens, the center, not like the numbers, pulls forward, and the hands on the clock start to twist, and they go 12, 3, 8.
Guessing that's a pin. I yell it out. Hey, put in the pin 1238.
Okay, so there is a combination lock.
Because you said the lock had like 3 different locks, right? So we're gonna have to find
So there's a key lock. There's
main lock,
there's
and
a-
then there was the other one.
Yep.
So now we need to look for a key.
So who enters the combination?
I think I'd like to, being as I had prepped with that spell just in case ahead of time to, you know, in case it's got any kind of booby traps or anything like that I wasn't aware of.
Okay, so you enter that combination, and when you do, you feel like a weird click, and then all of a sudden you see light forming a circle around the combination lock.
This is a real Donnie Darko type situation.
And it pulls forward, and you can see that the sides have been transmuted in such a way that it pulls away cleanly and then just rolls to the side. There's enough room for somebody to crawl in if they're medium-sized.
Hell yeah.
Inside the vault, you see hills of golden coins. And at the center of it all, there's a glass case. And inside the glass case is a very ordinary looking hourglass.
Oh man, I am like just like beholden by riches, you know, like I am much overwhelmed, like finally feeling a sense of like relief almost, you know, like as like I'm finally coming back into, you know, like this is like that moment where it's like a status that is worthy of such a very distinguished manservant bot as myself, you know, might finally be coming back into play. And I really do just kind of want to like, you know, take myself a big swim. So I think I'm just gonna. I really just want to like dive into these coins like real Scrooge McDuck style.
I've seen Aladdin a couple times to realize that you can't just fall for this shit. Can someone like use the detect spell?
Okay, so you're going all Scrooge McDuck on this shit.
Yeah, definitely. And just so we're aware, I know you can't really swim through gold like that, but I'm a robot, so you know.
You hop in, and the pile of coins just welcomes you eagerly inside of it.
It should turn into lava and melt him.
Bring me the lamp.
And all of a sudden, like the 3 of you who are standing outside of the vault door hear an alarm.
I knew it. You just see my wings are like, what the fuck?
Like it's just going on.
Oh, I love gold.
Hey, let's leave this greedy ass.
And you realize that, like, as you're passing through this gold, like, yeah, you can't swim in gold. That's impossible. Like, you always dreamed that you could, but, like, the part of your brain that's responsible for maintaining, like, your continuity of person realizes this is not correct. And you realize that you're stuck. And you're, like, trying to get out, but, like, the coins are kind of, like, stuck to you.
Oh no.
And all of a sudden, everything starts to rumble. So, ideas, anyone?
I feel like these. We may be in a little bit of a pickle. I feel like this might be a little bit magnetic here.
You don't say.
Through no fault of my own.
If one of you kind fellows could perhaps procure a wheelbarrow, maybe. And you could scoop myself and this lovely gold out and whisk us away, and I suppose grab the hourglass on our way out as well. But
I want a quarter of a share.
I need to get out of here, out of this situation. I don't think you're realizing how literally stuck in the gold I am here.
It's cool.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take half your share if you want me to get you out.
Oh, okay. I think
Well,
I think-
clearly this is a coercive bargaining position.
I feel like I feel like do I have any sand left at this point myself?
You have one use of
I
sand
feel
left,
like I
yes.
feel like if he does have sand, he wouldn't be able to use it, right? Because he's like
Well, you can visualize.
like move and shit, or
I think I want to try to sand my way back, and maybe as I'm on my way in, casually send my robot instead, diving into the coins and stuff. So the alarm and stuff will probably inevitably still be triggered, but it would be one of my spider bots stuck in the coins rather than myself.
So when you use the stand in here, the hourglass starts to glow.
I'm guessing that's what we're here for.
Oh,
You find that all of a sudden, like, you feel this tearing sensation on your body. And it's not as if you're, like, being torn back to a different time. You're being torn a fair distance in time.
I feel so good, guys.
And you disappear.
Oh
Keeps
shit!
happening.
Oh, so he's dead?
Some Marty McFly shit is happening to the rest of you.
Oh fuck!
What are you guys gonna do about that?
Alright, stay here. I'm gonna fly and get that, and then we leave.
Okay, so you're gonna fly in and get the hourglass?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Okay. So you fly in, there's this glass case. It's not secured by anything.
I
What
don't
are you
know what to do. I break it, I guess. Fuck
Okay,
it.
so you're gonna break the glass case.
Yeah, and then just grab it and run.
Okay, so you break through the glass, and when you do, all of this like safety glass like shatters and falls on the inside of this case. And you reach out, and are you gonna grab the hourglass?
Shit, I don't
No,
even think I
wait,
should.
wait. Don't grab it. I'm gonna use Thorn Whip to grab this thing and keep anybody from actually touching it.
Okay.
Like
Fine.
sands through the hourglass.
Okay, so your Thorn Whip is an attack, but again, we can use attacks not to damage things. So, like, let's make the attack.
21.
Hey!
That'll do it. So you reach out with your Thorn Whip, and you yank on the end. And as it's being drawn towards you, you can see, like, the edge, like, the end of the Thorn Whip that's holding it seems to be growing in two different directions as this thing kind of, like, totters through the air. It's kind of, like, moving, and, like, sand seems to be moving through it in different directions, and things are really complicated. When it finally reaches your hand, roll me a d20, and I'll tell you whether it lands the right way up.
If it lands on the wrong side, he's gonna be a baby.
Oh, big money, big money, big money. No whammy. Stop. Come on. Join me in the void.
11.
There you go. There are two possible outcomes, and so a 50-50 chance is the only fair. It lands in your hand, and there's this brief delirious moment where you're like, oh, 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 okay. Time is proceeding normally.
You know what's
Okay.
funny?
It's hard
What?
out here for a robot man.
We gotta go find the guy. I don't know where the robot went.
He disappeared.
How are you going to go back to the guy?
Oh.
Shit. The guy was in the future.
Do we know how long we've been in the past?
You could make some guesses. I think you could know that
Gotta
It's
be coming
probably
up in
like-
4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, you've been in the past for almost 4 hours. Like I said, Marty McFly shit is happening. Arms are disappearing. Like, you're looking down at like
the hourglass in hand.
I got dusted, man.
We can
Oh,
attempt
fucking
to hide it,
Boom, you
and then let
Joe.
ourselves go back and forward, and then we know where we hit it.
Well, is the prison on the ship where we were at?
You don't know.
Of course, we don't know. 'Cause
What
what
this
would
is
be
all
cool is
simulation, boys.
let's
This is
see.
a red pill, blue pill moment.
Oh no.
I do kind of like the idea of hiding it.
Yeah, but
That only creates the problem of
refinding it.
Getting out and getting to it. Yeah. I mean, listen, in for a penny, in for a pound. What happens if you flip it the other way?
very interesting that you should ask. So you start feeling a tug. And there's like a part of you that feels like you're standing in the room holding an hourglass the wrong direction. And there's a part of you that feels like you're being like pulled back through your own footsteps through the past few hours. And you're just like feeling like it's almost like you're running backwards and you're seeing all of these things happen, and like a crossbow bolt like rips out of your chest and goes back into a crossbow, and you see the sheriff, his hat flips back onto his head and he walks backward through the door, and you find yourself losing all of the chips, and all of a sudden you're standing in the room where you started with the hourglass in your hand, and everyone's standing around you saying, all right, let's go get that hourglass.
Or not.
GG's? Is that?
And
that
Knock
it?
comes at the door.
So
To the
wait,
store.
I suppose I'll get the door. You know, I'm clearly delirious a little bit, but manservant bot mode is kicking back in, so I go answer the door.
You open the door, and there's a man standing there. And he holds out his hand, and you can see that on his ring finger he has this beautiful golden ring that has just this like lustrous gold tarnishing pattern on it, and a big ruby set in the middle.
Yo, it's the
He
homie
says,
that
I think
hired
you
us.
have something that belongs to me.
That son of a bitch. Yeah. So I'll invite him inside, of course. And
I don't need to come in. I can just take it.
Can I see your face real quick?
I mean, you see his face. It's just not
okay.
like standing out to you as particularly remarkable. Like there's something going on with his face that makes you just not take notice of any details about it.
So it's not Brad Pitt.
Mm,
It's not Brad Pitt.
It's,
No,
I believe you have something for us.
I've already given it to you.
You did.
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty suspect of this guy.
It's been a weird night. I say let's just give it to him.
Oh, it's so hard for me to be in a giving mood, but I suppose if
You just got it.
yeah, like I've had this thing for literal moments.
I feel connected to it already.
It's so pretty. What are you gonna do with the hourglass?
I guess we
I guess
is that what the party is? That the consensus? Is that the vote is to pass it to the guy? I think so.
Let's just pass it. Let's pass it to the guy.
All right.
There it is then.
So you put it into his hand, and he says, enjoy the rest of your stay. And he closes the door. And that, my friends, is the end of the Countess of Castro.
Man, what an escape room! Oh,
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was actually pretty cool.
Well,
That was
thank
a lot
you
of
guys,
fun.
everyone, for tuning in and checking out this one shot. We all enjoyed a little game of well, I guess we didn't really have time travel because we're back at the start of things, right? Guess you could say this was just an airship story because there wasn't even a casino yet.
It's the last time I take amphetamines.
Yo, I gotta
Thank
lay
you
off
guys
the
for
drugs,
playing.
man.
It was really a pleasure DMing for you guys.
thanks,
It was a lot
thanks
of fun.
for,
Thank
thanks
you
for
so
putting
much.
it together. It was really
Yeah,
cool
it was great.
concept.
Thank
I
you. That was a lot
never
of fun.
really got to play with too much time travel and D&D and stuff like that. So this has been definitely a big blast. Like it's always the party. I like these kind of lighthearted ones and stuff like that, especially for like one shots and stuff. So
Yeah, that should
Completely
be fun.
agreed.
No, it was great. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, so Casper's going to be DMing for us next week. So I'm actually really looking forward to that because I've
Hell
played with
yeah.
Casper before, and Casper is an incredibly skilled player. As you could see, I can only guess at how wonderful he is as a GM. So really, look forward to. Come on, look forward to it. It's going to be awesome, and I can't wait to see you guys there. I'll probably be in the chat, so come say hi.
Sweet.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
Same time, same
Good night,
place.
everybody.
All right.
Hey, thanks guys.
That was a lot of fun.